what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're deceived. And grow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're
Oh my god. The timing on that. The timing. Chat's ready. I'm ready. The nuke is ready. Kaya is ready. Chat, the one funny joke that Ethan made in this whole thing, spoiler, okay? The one legitimately funny joke is that he's got a... He emulates what he thinks is the Twitch office, like what the Twitch, you know, that he's standing up doing like a meeting at Twitch headquarters. And there's a cutout of Hasan Piker holding Kaya, and the face of Kaya is cut out. So the idea being that as a Twitch employee, you get to take a picture of yourself as Hasan's dog. That's actually kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. That's like the closest thing that we're gonna get to the old H3. And like a lot of it is just dark. Like I've seen Ethan use some assets from the old H3 that I didn't even know about. Like I wasn't around when this stuff happened, and he's like inverted it. Like it's really weird. Stuff that he made fun of, now he's like saying unironically. What we gotta understand though, Chad, if you wanna understand Ethan's mindset for this, it's to understand this, right? The first and most clear and present danger is not the creeping fascism of the Trump administration, but it is rather the radicalization of unsuspecting youths to communism and to Houthi pirateism. Horrible editing too. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it horrible editing, or is it the kind of editing that you get in 2013? It's basically editing that's like frozen in time, isn't it? Isn't he just, he's doing the old stuff? So, I mean, I guess, you know, if you're nostalgic, can you imagine being the nostalgic person that's like, that thinks this is a banger? Oh yeah, he makes fun of, yeah, people being anti-genocide, Advent PsyOp, that's true. Wait, do I need to do one more thing here? Oh yeah, also click out a top chat. I might as well mention that. You want to see what everybody has to say? You got to click to all chat, not top chat. Top chat is a misnomer. There's nothing top about it. Try that again. The annoying thing about top chat, you know, switching from like top chat to live chat, is that you don't just have to do it once. Every time you have to like reload the chat, it makes you do it again. And for me, every time like the chat goes down, I'm always having to remind myself. And then I end up missing something, and somebody, like I realize that, yeah, it was an OANN style video. Was the content nuke bad? Oh, you're gonna see just how bad it was. Ethan is giving Steven Crowder vibes. Oh my God, speaking of Steven Crowder, we need to cover that. Yeah, Steven Crowder somehow gave a testimony, a deposition, and it's out. It's there. Apparently he gets, Yeah, it's the same It's the same lawyer that that took down Alex Jones. That's going after Steven Crowder. So it's apparently pretty good in places, but it's very long. It's very long, and I don't know where the good parts are. Speaking of very long, this content nuke is very long, and that makes me realize that I gotta get going. We gotta get going, chat. We gotta put everything on hurry up, on speed up. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do that. You're 2 hours into February. He gave a definition over the summer and it's out now. What was the holdup? I wonder. Top chat is the portal to the Shadow Realm. That's true. That's where Dylan Burns lives. Ever since I sent him there. Well, at least it's not a gulag, right? You know, be happy for that. And that's what they say about communist invading radicals. They're always trying to send you to the gulag. No, I didn't send Dylan to the gulag. I sent him to the Shadow Realm. He's happy there. He's happy there with all the rest of the Diddy Gers. Actually, I don't know. I expect Dylan to distance himself, right? I expect him to like want to get out of there so fast, but it's gonna be hard to, you know, cover his tracks, cover how close that he's been to creators like Destiny and to that community over the years, how much of his you know, content centered on being able to bring people like Destiny and Vosh on for debates, and now they've nuked themselves. Crowder said, yeah, I actually have not even heard the dude talk about Israel-Palestine, so I don't even know what his takes are. We're not talking about him, though, today, chat. He's old news. Old hat. Can I change my vote? I don't know. You know, there should be a way. Why doesn't YouTube let you change your vote? Top chat killed my grandfather. Does your grandfather ride a boar? If so, I hope your grandfather can get on that boar and get away from top chat. Because, you know, just like in comic books or anime, you know, sometimes you think somebody has been written out of the plot line and they pop up again. So voting for things I haven't seen moving forward. I've missed TYT versus Franny. So I'm coming into it blind. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on there today. A lot of interesting stuff. A lot of TYT for once. I stand by my prediction that the Ethan's nuke is a dud. Have you seen it yet? Or will not be good or effective? It's I've watched it a few times, or not a few times. I've watched. I put it on 2.0. Did you know that, chat? When you put it on 2.0, it only gives them half the watch time. But yeah, I wanted to kind of delve into it is thick with accusations. And a lot of accusations that if you don't know the debunk for, or if you don't know the, like a lot of it, what it is clip chimping, right? And not the traditional clip chimping where it's like, here's a clip of Hasan Piker. Ooh, that sounds bad. Here's another, you know, it's not like that kind of clip chimping. It is like edited right into the video, right? Where it's like, you know, super rapid fire. That's the word. It's rapid fire clip chimping, where you're just getting like 3 words from Hasan to illustrate Ethan's point. It's almost like they're not even trying. So excited for the content nuke, not because I still love Ethan, but because I wanted to watch NCC and all other leftists on the YouTube laugh at it. We're gonna get into that. There's a lot. Oh God, chat. Like, so I'm trying to give you an idea of what we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch Hasan talk about the content nuke. Now, he's not reacting to it. He's left that for Denims. I saw Denims with like 40,000 watching today. I've never seen Denims so high up on in terms of numbers, but you know, because Hasan's not reacting to it and Denims is, so it was a good day. It was a good day for Denims. But yeah, Hasan has. So, well, let's just get into it, shall we? Well, I want to. All right, I want to get into it. But first, we got to talk about. We got to talk about the bonus content. All right. You can vote for this bonus content. You have a choice. That is the part. Most of the show, I decide what we watch. Right? We're gonna watch. Hasan talk about the content nuke. We're gonna watch Ethan Klein set up the content nuke, like, cause he streams for I don't know what he did. I don't know if he like rated his audience into the video or what, but for some reason he streamed for about an hour, and then he released the content nuke and he immediately like shut it down. So that means that that's like 2 or 3 shows this week, including a members only show, that have been shut down for the reason of the content nuke, right? Which did not come when it was scheduled. The content nuke was supposed to happen, I think, yesterday. I think before that it was scheduled for Wednesday. And yeah, there were several, I think even a members only show that they were like, we were canceling the members only show today because we got the content nuke. The story though is that Ethan was getting demonetized by scenes in the video, right? That he had to blur out. That there were things that Hasan watched on Twitch, which they were not letting Ethan get away with watching on YouTube. So that's what he's saying. The sponsorship. Yeah, there's a sponsorship in there, Maddie. That's right. It's a VPN or something. It is pretty wild, yeah. And look, he's acting like he's doing God's work here, right? He's acting like he's saving us from the creeping threat of communism. That he like opened some Pandora's box by inviting Hasan on. Hasan says, you know, hey, I'm a social democrat, just like you, Ethan. When in reality, what it was Ethan is a liberal, but being a liberal is not cool. Ethan was like, oh, maybe I could hang with the maybe I could hang with the lefties, right? The right wingers, they don't like me they don't like me much anymore. It's the same story with iDubbbz. I don't understand how this works. Like, an edgy content creator from back in the day gets married, all of their fans start saying, oh, Ethan's gone soft. Oh, he's an SJW now. And it's like, he's not really moved that much. And in Ethan's case, he's, yeah, he disavowing Hasan is what's gotten all those people back on his side. To a certain extent, I don't feel like they really watch him. I feel like they support him. Judge Grinch with the super chat. Judge Grinch says, from what I saw, it was nothing new. It came off desperate and lazy. And yeah, it definitely has the footprint. It has the fingerprints of Diddy G. It has the Diddy G fingerprints all over it. But like, yeah, like I was saying, this, you know, he's presenting it as if Hasan snuck into his program by being like, I'm one of you, when in actuality it was Ethan trying to be like, I'm one of you, and he just doesn't know shit, right? He knows what, that it's not cool to be a liberal, that a lot of people, you know, starting in the 2010s started to call themselves progressives in order to, you know, to separate themselves from loser liberalism. And then going forward into 2016 and beyond, people started calling themselves leftists. And so he's like, oh, maybe I'm a leftist too, maybe. Yeah, no, I believe in social democracy. As long as we leave the capitalists in charge, right? As long as the capitalists still have the power, I just want a benevolent rule of capitalists, right? Which is just like, oh my God, where do I begin? But thank you, Judge Grinch, for the super chat. Ethan has Dunning-Kruger bad. Does he? Do you think he flexes like that? Oh, that's so weird. Narwhal by nature. I don't know why it didn't make the sound for you, but here, let me do it manually. We'll do it live. We'll do it live, chat. We will do it live. I gotta get into my habitat here. All right. Narwhal_by_nature super chats. Did you hear that Ethan freaked out on Olivia and chat when he was told, oh, really? So that's an update for me on Bowblax's pronouns. So I will take that I will take note of that. And look, chat, if I had been talking about Bowblax today, just so you know, all right, cis people, I'm talking to you, all right? I'm gonna teach you something. It's gonna knock your socks off and make you a lot more popular with your trans friends, all right? Let's say that I was talking about Bowblax and I wasn't aware that Bowblax goes by they, them now. And I call Bowblax the wrong pronouns. And somebody in chat says, actually, Irene, it's they, them. You know what I do? I say, oh, sorry. It's they, them. I'm sorry, they, them. Just so everybody knows, Bowblax. Because the big thing that trans people want is not for like a contagion of the wrong pronouns to get out and to start to like, you know, like that's why trans people correct you. Just so you know, they don't think you're transphobic. They're not trying to cancel you. They don't hate you, right? It you know, kind of puts a trans person on the spot, but trans people are a lot more understanding have to be a lot more understanding than you can imagine. So just understand that when you mess up on pronouns, it's not a big deal to correct them, but it does help to publicly do that, right? And it doesn't make you a bad person. You're not eating crow. You're not like, you know, bowing down to the, you know, idol of transgenderism or anything like that. You know, we don't like, we don't need any, what do you call them? Like a, humiliation ritual or anything like that. It doesn't have to be a big deal. It doesn't have to be a big deal at all. But it's just that, like, you know, if Bobby wants to be called, go by they, them, then it's nice when we don't, like, I don't just misgender Bobby and then, like, out of embarrassment, maybe, like, not correct it, right? That's all. That's all. Anyway, I've taken too much time to tell you that something that, like, a lot of people seem to think is a really big deal, and it's a really embarrassing situation for somebody that might mess up on, you know, a pronoun is actually not a big deal. And it's really easy solution. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. They. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Was Olivia crying? He has problems with they, them pronouns before, where he would accidentally misgender non-binary people and say, ugh, I wish it came naturally to me. I really do. But now the mask, oh God. Well, I'm sure that's in today's, you know, H3 stream. But yeah, I really need to do that because I feel like this causes so many problems that it doesn't need to cause. And so many people like take this as like it's like, look, if you think it's embarrassing to accidentally misgender somebody, it's not half as embarrassing as it is to be misgendered. But you know, trans people are very understanding and are aware that, you know, everything about our society is geared towards you looking a person up and down, unconsciously assigning like masculine and feminine points to them, and whatever the result of that math is in your head, you generally will, that's the pronoun that comes out. And it'd be nice, it would be nice if we could move, you know, past that and recognize that it's that the best source for somebody's gender identity is just to ask them. They're the experts on them. Anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to move on to get our streams started here. Whoa, hi there. Tifa? What are you doing here, Tifa? Let's see if I can switch this window. To Ethan, or Esteban. Chat, did I explain this to you yesterday? Did I explain Esteban? Notice his facial hair. Right? He's decided that this facial hair turns him into the Latin lover trope. And he is now referring to himself as Esteban and talking... What's that one character from Princess Bride? He's like doing... My name is, oh my god, chat. I'm trying to remember. Let me just look it up. Princess Bride. My name is Inigo Montoya. Yeah, he's doing like an Inigo Montoya impersonation. He's doing like an Inigo Montoya voice. Inigo Montoya. Which, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get caught up in every little fucked up thing that Ethan does, because there's a lot of them. And you know, that's not the most fucked up thing that you're gonna hear him do tonight, but yeah, that's what he's doing with this. That's where this Esteban thing has come from. Anyway, Esteban aside, you're from the other side, Essie? Good to have you here. Inigo Montoya says Bizacor. I love that chat is helping me out with this. It's basically a low energy Willie Mac show. You know, I was gonna say that, Rob MC. That a lot of people have done exactly what Ethan is doing, but they've done it better. Like, he's like a cheap imitation of all the Hasan, all the low effort Hasan bad videos out there. Inconceivable. Dubs is enjoying Ethan's video. I know, look, there has to be an audience. Like, even if you can't imagine who the audience is, sometimes they show up in chat. And they admit that Ethan is cringe. Yo. Dubs, you don't have to defend Ethan's cringe. You said Ethan could be a bit too much. It's okay to come in here with a nuanced take. I was kind of impressed, right? I don't hear a lot of, you know, Hasan haters come in with it. Like, it's almost like they feel obliged to, like, you know, cast Ethan, Destiny, Willie Mac, whoever as perfect. And I was kind of impressed that you weren't like that. You killed my fodder. Prepare to face DEI. That's right. Prepare to DEI. Oh my god, I didn't even get that. Maybe a little Zorro. Yeah, I mean, he's doing that thing. Look, it's not, like I said, it's just like a boomer thing. If you ever watch boomer humor, you'll be surprised, right? Old school 80s, 90s humor, you'll be surprised at how many of the jokes just boil down to because the character has a funny foreign accent. That's the joke. Is that his accent is it's funny. That's not how we speak English in America. That's the joke. Like Andy Kaufman even, you know, made a ton of like money off of doing just that. Although I always want to think that Andy Kaufman was trying to do a deconstruction slightly. Yo, Dwight Langston, thank you for the super chat. I have to like look to see what it says. I think that translates to anyway, I'll give you 8% chat. So as you can see, the dono goal has gone up to 8%. Wait, no, it hasn't. It has gone up to 18%. I'm not even counting all the super chats. And that's what happens every time you do a super chat. Every time you do a super chat, this number goes up. It's at 18% right now. If it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around after all the Ethan stuff and give you a little palate cleanser, which might be TYT, it might be Emma. The little argument, I don't want people to take this too seriously and think that Emma and the Vanguard had a falling out. That's not what happened at all, but they had a little disagreement, and it's interesting to see different perspectives on somebody like AOC, or some more news with Cody Shoddy. Is Dubs the pet? Kind of. Maybe it's up to Dubs. If Dubs can be chill. Like, I don't demand that you agree with me. I never demand that you agree with me. But yeah, anyway, yeah, we're up to 18%. As you can see, the super chats make the dono goal go up. And they can even do more than that if you want, right? They can even, if you let me know in the chat, which of these topics, which you've got a poll on YouTube right now. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube and vote. That's where the poll is going on. It's going on No Comment Check on YouTube, and you can make your voice heard and, you know, vote for the topic that most appeals to you. But the other power of a super chat is that you can let me know in the chat if you want to, which of these topics you're voting for, which of these topics you're supporting, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And that's what these are. These like +0, +0, +0. It turns into a plus something when you donate and you say, I want TYT on the Elon salute. I want Jink and Anna attack Francesca. I want Emma versus the Vanguard, right? Say, you know, any of these, you can do that. That doesn't just work with a super chat. That also works when you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, when you're gifting memberships to other people, when you're supporting me on Throne, which the URL is right there, or you're signing up for my Patreon. It also happens if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly because people like this are doing everything they can to make sure that political streamers on Twitch are demonetized and we don't get paid for being on Twitch. So the only way that I get paid is through the support of people like you. That's why I appreciate everybody who supports me over on Twitch. And yes, your sub, your bits, your whatever will also enable you to affect the poll just a little bit. You can give it a little dink, a little push in the direction that that you want of the topic that you want. So to me, the facial hair looks more like he's LARPing as a character from Tombstone. Is that Doc Holliday? Is he the Huckleberry guy? Wait, I'm trying to get this. Dub says, I stopped following him for a bit when he was pushing hard for COVID. Wait, when Ethan was pushing, what do you mean? Pushing hard, he was like pro-COVID? That sucks. Yeah, I'm anti-COVID for the record. Do not like the virus. I'm not a fan. I would rather not catch it. Wait, you ain't no Daisy, Ethan? The vid had 10K likes. I noticed this, regular handle. 10K likes and 5K views half an hour in. Don't want to say he was doing anything to juice the... yeah. I mean, there are stories. There are stories about people using the dark side to affect their YouTube analytics. But we're not saying that that Ethan is necessarily a Sith Lord. We don't know that yet, chat. We have to investigate. Don't want to say he was doing anything, but the entire video has an air of artificiality. I should take a look and see where we're at right now. Let me see if I can open this, because I have a way of looking at people's videos. I've got a few Jedi mind tricks myself. All right, let's see. Oh no, what? Wait, has Hasan talked about this yet? I mean, it looks like at least a little bit. Oh god, oh chat, by the way, second plane has crashed. And it's obviously DEI that's doing it. It's gotta be DEI. It's definitely not Trump firing people. It's definitely not Trump going after the FAA. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I'm looking at my magical analytics screen here to compare the performance of Ethan's video to an average video on H3 Productions. Now, something you should understand about the channel that it's on, it is a channel that is larger than H3 Live or whatever he has the live show on. It's a bigger channel, right? It's got 5.74 million subs. It's an older channel, and it is a channel that Ethan has not used in like years. Like if you look at this channel, You don't have to scroll down that far before you find the Keemstar content nuke. And that's how long it is since, you know, videos have been uploaded to this. So this is kind of a channel that's, you know, got cobwebs off. He's knocking out the cobwebs. It's bigger than the Ethan Klein channel, and it's bigger than the H3H3. The other thing it hasn't undergone is the drop off in subs that his main channel did. Because, okay, so chat, if you're controversial in a bad way, like Ethan has been for a pretty long time now, you're gonna lose subs every time you go live. Because every time you go live, you're gonna remind people who no longer like you that they are in fact subscribed to you. So that's, you know, that's how his main channel had that drop off. H3H3 Productions, I'm guessing, has not had that drop off yet, but that also means there's a lot of dead subs. There's a lot of, like, all the subs, right? They, you know, they have not watched a video on this channel for a long time. So we can't exactly expect the performance of a video to be what it normally would be on that channel. However, when I look at the analytics, this video's underperforming the average performance of a video on H3H3 Productions for now. It looks like it's got a little bit more movement than it did in the first hour and a half. Right, it's up to 336,000 views. So it's not doing good. It's doing bad. That could change. I don't know. I mean, this is definitely a video with a lot of controversy around it. I don't know if it's a video that's going to get good watch time, though. And even the thumbnail looks old school. The only thing that's going to get that thing clicked on is the fact that it says Hasan Piker on it. So after Ethan's been going after Mika's Rhetoric and all these other channels for like, oh yeah, you can get views on with me in the title, but you normally don't get that many views. Like, it's like, you could say the same thing to Ethan. You could say the same thing to Ethan. Okay, so there's another Hasan video here. Let's copy that. Make sure we can,
This is not a new video.
What's up with his oversized raincoat? Hasan's like rocking, what is it, like the Trigun drip? Is that the guy with the giant trench coat is Trigun? Anyway, like I said, chat, we got to get going. We got a lot to cover because I want to cover more than just the nuke. I want to cover the surrounding stuff to the nuke as well. But yeah, we are at 18% of the dono goal right now. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, we'll get some bonus content, and it'll be one of these, right? Right now, it looks like Jink and Anna attack Francesca. Francesca Fiorentini is in first place, followed by TYT on Elon's Salute, followed by some more news with Cody, followed by Emma versus the Vanguard. That's how it's shaking out right now. 79 of you have voted already. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, if you could, leave a like while you're at it, right? If you're to press one button, might as well press two buttons. And the other button that's really good to press is the like button. You know why? Because it costs you nothing and it helps me out a lot. And it earns my undying appreciation to you. Speaking of which, speaking of people that I appreciate, I also appreciate my Patreons. I don't know what I would do without you, Patreon. So thank you for supporting me monthly with your donations. Everybody who signs up for my Patreon gets the videos that I put out before I put them out. You get them early and you get them uncensored. And sometimes you get a few extra scenes as well. You get an early release version, basically, of my video before it comes out. That's the bonus for all the Patreons. For the $5 level or greater, you get a fancy shout out, which I will now do for all of my fancy weasels out there. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxpa. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Magoggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl, Hot Ham Radio, Good for Gavi, and Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Crystal Saphira, and Omega Star. There we go. So Patreons thanked, bonus goal explained. Nobody has asked me to add a to add their dono to any of the topics, but just know that you can do that. Any kind of dono, not just a super chat, but any sort of dono, you're able to do that. All you have to do is let me know in the chat which of the topics you want to see as bonus content, and if we get to 100%, whatever's ahead, you know, with the votes and with the bonus buffs, whatever ends up winning, we'll watch. If we get to 200%, we'll watch 2 of these. So I could potentially stick around a little bit longer if you make me. You have to force me to do it, though. Let us get going, because I want to see what Esteban has to say to us today.
So many people have done this bad faith.
That's not Esteban. All right, we'll watch that in a second, chat.
Are cleared.
That's what you said yesterday.
Today is the day. So much so that I've already been cleared on this phone. I have the ability, the launch codes.
Oh no.
To start thermonuclear.
Oh
war.
no.
But don't worry. These are tactical nukes aimed at very specific targets. You do not have to fear from the fallout.
Yeah, that's how nukes work in
I
general.
don't think the SALT treaty distinguishes tactical nukes from strategic.
Well, I'm just saying they don't have to worry about getting. Well, if it okay, fine, maybe some people, but in general.
Did you review the SALT treaty?
Huh? So anyway, guys,
And again, as far as strategy, the biggest problem with what Ethan's doing here is essentially signaling that the biggest danger, the most clear and present danger in America right now is communism and being radicalized into becoming a terrorist pirate of some kind, right? That's the biggest problem. That's the biggest threat. Not Trump, not the creeping authoritarianism that's going on right in front of our face, not the millions of Americans that are being targeted, you know, whether for their identity or whether because they require, you know, government programs to be able to get their medical care covered, right? Everybody's got, you know, we got a few bigger problems. Even if you take him seriously and you say that Hasan is wrong, and you say that his you know, his prescription goes too far, and you say that, you know, he's maybe a little bit naive and you know, gives too positive of a presentation of other governments that are problematic, right? Even if you got a critique, which I mean, like, I feel like you could, there's a lot more reasonable critiques of Hasan than what we're going to see from Ethan right here. But those would all take into account that, yeah, Hasan has got to be second priority. Even if you're this kind of person, even if you're, you know, anti, you know, communist, or whatever, it doesn't make sense. Even what I'm saying is, even from his, you know, political perspective, which I have a lot of problems with, I think is naive. And I think that Ethan is missing a lot of what he would need to be what he's trying to be what he's trying to pose as, which is a political content creator. He's just not aware of history, of the world, of, you know, the ways that things work. And this is even, you know, like, but even from that perspective, you could come up with a more nuanced critique of Hasan. That's not what we're getting from Ethan. This is a nuke in the sense that it is a, you know, hammer, when maybe what is needed is more like a scalpel. You know, if you're of Ethan's political persuasion. So there's so much wrong with everything that he's doing here.
as I was saying, I'm trying to be dramatic, but Dan keeps fucking it up. As I was saying, guys, it is cleared. It is ready to launch.
I love that he's talking about YouTube Studio like it's a fucking, like, nuclear football.
This is the fruition.
Chat, I mean, I wish I could show you. I know never to show my phone on screen. It's just a bad idea. But if I could, I could go to an app called YouTube Studio, and I could show you that if I have a video uploaded, I can change it from being private to being public, you know? Or I could set it for a scheduled premiere, right? You can make YouTube do things from your phone. That's what he's talking about.
Of months of my
That's what he's flexing.
life working on this project in the basement by myself, toiling, chiseling. God. And what else, Hila?
In my basement.
And tailoring. I'm very excited to share with you guys. In fact, so much. Thank you to Adam and Eve for sponsoring us, by the way. If you guys don't believe me, I will. On the mark, Nate. We will begin a countdown. A 1 hour countdown. And when that 1 hour hits 0, this bomb is being launched.
So I don't think you're going to see this in here, right? But if we scroll down to the comments, at some point there was a comment. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh my God, chat, there's something funky going on with the comments. Do I need to reload this? There were more comments.
The day we are cleared.
That's what you said yesterday.
There were, oh my gosh. Okay, now that's weird. So, yeah, just as I suspected, very likely the comments are being deleted, not like selectively, right? Anti-Ethan, pro-Hasan comments are being deleted because there was at least 2,000 earlier, and now it's 1,771. Bro is deleting comments here. But there were a few comments that were just to the effect that the members had missed a lot of the show this week. Like I said, there was a members only show that was canceled. I think there might have been Monday's show got canceled because Ethan was sick. And then this is 1 hour, right? If you're an H3 fan, you're expecting 3 hours or 3 hours and 30 minutes. I forget what it is, but you're getting, he's basically using the dropping the nuke as an excuse to give his community less content this week.
Today is the day.
Your negative comment is still there?
So much so that I've already been cleared.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, chat. Let's give this a test. I'm so glad I was able to find Hasan's content through Ethan platforming him. Can I spell platforming? Platforming him on, I almost said frenemies, leftovers. I'm a full-on Hasanabi head. Thanks, Ethan, for turning me on onto my new favorite streamer. All right, let's see. Does this get deleted? That's what I want to know. See, I mean, it's not a mean comment. Like, I'm not going after Ethan. I just want to see if a pro Hasan comment gets deleted.
On this phone, I have the ability, the launch codes.
Oh no.
Oh crap, chat. That's what's going on. God damn it, I'm so silly. Did anybody call me out on this? Somebody must have called me out on this. All right. Do you see what I did? Okay, I'm so confused. This is the podcast. That's why there's less comments. people have said that he seems to be deleting some of the comments on the main video. Yeah, this isn't even the main video. We're just watching the intro.
To start.
God, I'm so silly.
Nuclear.
Oh
war.
no.
But don't worry. These are tactical nukes aimed at very specific targets. You do not have to fear from the fallout.
Here, I'll copy this.
I don't think the SALT treaty distinguishes tactical nukes from strategic.
Well, I'm just saying they don't have to worry about getting. Well, if it okay, fine, maybe some people, but in general.
Did you review the SALT treaty?
Huh? So anyway, guys.
Ethan, did you make sure you're not committing a war crime? He's like, he doesn't care about that shit. He only cares about if something is communism or terrorism. Those are the bad isms. Anything else is just the cost of doing business. Any kind of collateral damage, it's excusable as long as it's done by America or an ally of America.
As I was saying, I'm trying to be dramatic, but Dan keeps fucking it up. As I was saying, guys, it is cleared. It is ready to launch. This is the fruition of months of my life working on this project in the basement by myself, toiling, chiseling.
God.
And what
Just
else, Hila?
keyed in my basement.
And tailoring. I'm very excited to share with you guys. In fact, so much. Thank you to Adam and Eve for sponsoring us, by the way. If you guys don't believe me, I will. On the mark, Nate. We will begin a countdown. A 1 hour countdown. And when that 1 hour hits 0, this bomb is being launched.
He's ripping a huge
Nate, are
part.
you prepared? Do you have your key? We have to turn at the same time.
I'm ready when you are.
All right, ready? Turn key.
Wait, who's Nate? Is Nate the...
Countdown.
Engaging.
Oh my.
Is Nate the guy that he brought on recently that like always agrees with him on everything?
We can't stop what's in
Or is that... I thought that was Tom.
motion now. There are things in
There's no
motion.
abort button? There's no redundancy?
No,
What if
this
Hasan
time.
apologizes before the hour goes out?
not this time. No, no. The apologies. The time for
What if-
apologies is gone. Way gone.
The
Way
result of all of this is just 10 minutes before it goes up, he just tweets out, "Yo, Ethan, my bad, dude."
I'll be like, oh fuck.
Oh, okay, fuck.
Chill.
See, the thing is, the one person who could say something like that would be Ethan, because there's not a lot of supporting evidence for his viewpoint. It's a house, it's a sandcastle. And so it's not as hard to walk back from a sandcastle, but you know, yeah, for Hasan to change his mind on this would just mean him just completely being like, yeah, my bad, dog. Actually, capitalism is the best that we can do. We should support America and its allies. They are the lesser of evils.
What do you guys think about Esteban?
I'm still not sold.
Oh, you're the only one,
Stop
dude.
it, Dan.
Okay, Ethan's new personality. So, yeah, he also, so Vosh came out. I don't want to waste too much time with this, but I just want to let you know this happened. For anybody wants to know what Vosh has been doing, he's been keeping his head down, but he did not when it came to the Markiplier drama. He chimed in and said stuff about Ethan and the Markiplier thing, and of course, Ethan got, let's see, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. Oh my God, Ethan got 40 minutes. Okay, wait, not quite. Wait, let's take this out. 35 minutes, let's say. Yeah, Ethan got 35 minutes out of just like covering Vosh. So good job, Vosh. Anyway, we're not gonna watch that. It's just him, you know, reliving the Vosh horse thing. Oh no, it's yeah, that music is very bad. So yeah, we have a button. Ethan said something. Who's this guy? Is this Tom?
Like, god damn, it's just so ridiculous. You know?
When's the nuke dropping? Right after this?
You
Yeah.
got the
I'm-
timer right above your head.
I'm literally
Where?
gonna
Where
post
is it?
Is it really a timer?
Yeah, look
There's
at
a
the
timer
camera.
on the screen.
Or look on the pic.
Am I?
Oh my god.
It's in the green screen, bro. It's in the green screen.
Look above you on the preview monitor.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I
There you
got you. Hey, there we go. Good timing.
Yeah, he's new.
All right. So quickly, 50 seconds left. Is there
Oh
anything
my
else?
god. Oh my god.
Baldoni, 2 a.m. voice messages. Should we look at one other thing before we launch?
Yes.
You guys, should we?
And on a good, funny note.
Funny
that-
note.
RFK's a psychopath.
That's kind of a long thing.
Yeah,
Are you
those
looking
are
for
all
just like a
super
quick
long.
thing? There's a mobility scooter video
Oh, there
that
it
you haven't
is.
seen.
Mobility scooter. That's what we need.
Oh no, the countdown accidentally stopped. There must be a glitch.
Wait, it's Jack.
Maybe somebody's grown a conscience on the H3 podcast.
It's Jack Bauer. He's
Jack Bauer,
he's fudging with the wires.
Oh
Nate.
no, it's
flux
paused.
capacitor's fucked up.
There we
Oh
go.
my God!
Yeah, oh
in
no,
10
oh
seconds.
Oh man, I gotta walk
10
away.
seconds.
What the hell?
And I lost the fucking key.
Holy shit! Jack Bauer did it again. Let's watch the new mobility scooter.
We're gonna be working on the timer in the background. Don't worry, guys.
That's hilarious. The timer actually malfunctioned on them.
Okay.
It's a lot to get into. Actually, the voice note is pretty long.
That's. It's
All right.
long.
Play the music.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Before I forget, the Ryan Beard video becomes watchable after the Frist harming women part. And is worth watching.
Okay.
Starts very intense.
Thank you. Yeah, we watched a little bit of that, the video that Narwhal by Nature is talking about. The Ryan Beard unloaded a content nuke on Destiny the night before Ethan's content nuke on Hasan came out, and very important information, some stuff I did not know about Destiny, but also, like, you know, if you got any, like, I just needed a massive content warning, even for myself, right? I don't usually get affected. I watch a lot of stuff that's, you know, pretty emotionally tough to get through, but like for some reason, just the Destiny stuff that Ryan Beard brought out was too much for me.
Music. My friend.
Did you see the part where he yelled at Olivia? Anybody want to help me find that? Anybody got a clue for where that is? Is that at the end of the stream, maybe?
Friends. Tensions have boiled over. It is at a fever pitch. I have tried everything to avoid launching this nuclear bomb. But Hasan has continually provoked me.
No, you continually lost. You continually lost. Right? Every single interaction that you've had with Hasan and his community has garnered more people that look at you critically than the masses of people out there that hate Hasan. And that's hard. That's actually really hard to do. Hasan haters have made a career for people like Willie Mack, right? No offense, Willie Mack, but there's a whole cottage industry of just hating on Hasan, and Ethan thought he could jump on that train. Ethan thought he could pull that ripcord, and it malfunctioned.
Lied about me. And
It was the part that I skipped. Which part that I skipped a lot of it. Was it on the Vosh part? Was it on the Gabe the White Claw Gabe part? Fallen Fans? Teddy Fresh? Was it Ethan's new personality?
forced my hand.
Well, if we can find it, anybody, I want to see, you know, what this is about. It's on H3 Snark. Oh, great. We're gonna have to go to Snark for this. It's great. It's great. I'll be called a snarker.
Proceed with the countdown. Would it be funny if there's no video?
Here, I'll try to find it. Even if it's on Snark.
Gotcha, bitch.
Go ahead, proceed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's happening.
Launch.
My God.
Launch.
4, 3,
It's saved. H3H2
2,
product.
1, 0.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna end right now, but I posted.
Have a good
everyone
weekend,
head over.
everybody.
Everyone head over.
Oh wait, I was gonna say H3H2 Productions has posted its first video in 5 years.
Wow.
Whoa.
Shout out.
I hope y'all enjoy. I hope people come in and watch. That's the content nuke. Hasan Piker. Go head on over to H2H Productions channel. Watch it, enjoy it. Can't wait to see what you guys think about it.
I'm surprised he didn't like raid them into a premiere or something.
This is our special Friday from the silo, from the Fallout bunker. Wishing you a happy weekend, and we will be back for the Fallout.
It's the part right before
Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks.
wow. It's the part right before they said they were gonna lighten the mood. The part right before they said they were gonna lighten the mood. Okay, I'll just use the transcript. Yeah, but so new news, right? The H3 Productions channel that is about twice the size of this H3 podcast channel, it's down 10K subs since that video came out. 10K people unsubbed, either because they didn't like that Ethan was doing that video or they had forgotten that they were subscribed to H3. So it, lighten the mood, right? Is what we're looking for. F, lighten. Mood. Mood. No, not mood. Where is this? I might have to go to Snark for this. And they'll call me a snarker. Are we gonna have to make this snark thing happen? All right, so here we go. Down 10,000 subs in less than 1 hour. H3 Productions. I would have waited a little bit before making this post. Whatever. There's the mega thread. I don't know enough about transphobia. Oh, this is what chat was talking about.
Chat. Literally wait till he comes out and says, like, you can call me he. Like, literally wait till he says my pronouns he. You stupid fucking woke fucks.
Whoa. I wasn't expecting this. Jeez, Dan's not looking good.
You guys are so dumb and pathetic in the chat. Literally wait till he...
Come on. Oh my god, no. Come on. What's going on? Come on. Don't scare me like that.
You guys are so dumb and pathetic in the chat. Literally wait till he. Like, literally wait till he says my pronouns he. You stupid fucking woke fucks. I'm being respectful.
No, it doesn't need to be more than it is.
Why are you assuming his pronouns?
Well, it's not when you
You're
use
assuming his pronouns.
Neutral
He hasn't clarified.
No, when you use neutral. Sorry,
Calm
when
down.
you use neutral.
So yeah, what Olivia I think is trying to get across here, and this is true. Olivia's right to point this out. When you don't know, it's probably best to go with neutral pronouns like they them. You know, if there's a question, that's when those pronouns come in handy. And
it's annoying because people come.
the most
By the way, you people in the chat who are like, "Oh, Ethan fucking is L being like transphobic." It's like you are.
Okay, look. If you messed up Bobby's pronouns, if Bowblax has new pronouns and you messed them up, guess what, Ethan? That doesn't make you transphobic. That's just a mistake. And like I said, trans people are very understanding because they have to be with this kind of stuff, right? A mistake is not, the end of the world. Oh, this shit is. This is awful. When you double down and you yell and you scream and you act like you're the one that's under attack, you're the one that's, believe me, none of the shame that you get from accidentally misgendering somebody is anything compared to to what trans people feel from being misgendered. So please understand that.
His pronouns. And by the way, why are you being so militant about it? How does that help anybody? I'm obviously being respectful and I'm waiting for him to clarify. Like, you guys are fucking wrong. And if you ever want other people outside of your bubble to ever be respectful and take like trans people and non-binary people seriously, you have to fucking stop being so pathetically.
You are holding trans people hostage to your ego? Really, Ethan? Look, I mean, it is true that like the broader American public don't get trans people. I'm under no illusion about that. Like, especially something like, you know, they, them pronouns. That's something that, you know, a lot of people, you know, do not understand. But if you want to be an ally, that means that you listen and you don't get defensive when somebody says that's not their pronouns. And it really does not have to be like this. I don't think chat was calling you transphobic. Like, they're your chat. They're still with you after all this shit.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
You think they're going to cancel you over this? You've done, honestly, Ethan, you've done so much worse.
Ridiculous when people are trying in good faith to make an effort and be respectful. Like, you guys are fucking wrong.
If I can chime in also with trans people that I personally know, this is not what they
I have trans friends, says Gila.
want. They just want to be treated respectfully.
This is not what they want. They do not want to be gendered correctly. They are fine with having... So here's the problem, okay? So like I said, the problem with trans people being misgendered is not that trans people are like fragile snowflakes. They're anything but. They have to be. Trans people have to be tough just to survive. It's that when the wrong pronouns get said to a large group of people, it has a domino effect, meaning that those people that hear the pronouns that are wrong are now going to repeat those pronouns. When they hear one person refer to Bowblax by, you know, he, him, or something like that, then they're gonna repeat that. So when the bigger an audience you're in front of, the more important it is to take some time to just be like, oh, I'm sorry, you know, have their pronouns changed? And yeah, when in doubt, use they, them.
And as long, like what Ethan was saying was totally respectful, so it really doesn't matter. We don't need to make such a big deal about like he or they until it's
not a big deal if you just correct yourself. It really, I swear to God, it isn't. It isn't.
Like he's saying, and we don't even know. He might be totally fine with it. The point is that the conversation we're having is totally respectful and promoting like accepting everything. So I don't understand why even go there.
That's like,
I don't understand why I believe, you know, Ethan's description of this subreddit. I mean, maybe it is toxic. I don't know anything about it. You know, I've heard various things about Snark, you know, the way that Ethan talks about it. You'd think that these people are like horrible, like, you know, kiwi farmers or something, but you know, they're a lot less, from the appearance of this, they're a lot less yikes than Ethan.
It reminds me of this conversation like when Kendrick Lamar had on the Big Steppers. He had this track about how his aunt was trans and his coming to terms.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, Ethan, he's using the Kendrick Lamar excuse. No. Oh my God, I think I know the song he's talking about too. The Auntie Diaries. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe that the person that, you know, Kendrick is talking about is a trans guy. And look, every family comes to terms with their trans relatives in a different way, and sometimes it's messy. And sometimes it takes a while. And sometimes it's hard for cis people to understand the way that trans people want to be understood. I don't think that you should... Yeah, what's Well, he's using the excuse that Kendrick wrote a song. Actually, it's an album called The Auntie Diaries, and it's got a song on it. It's literally Kendrick like coming to terms with the gender identity of a relative, like, right? And hopefully, like, you know,
terms with this.
You don't want to be stuck in that space, though. Do you know what I'm saying?
Over the years, and he used derogatory language in that.
Like, chat, if you had a son or a daughter or a father or a mother who transitioned, and you grew up and this person is your father, but they identify as a woman now, and they go by she, her pronouns, you know, you probably don't want to be continually referring to her as I don't know, chat. It's just like it's not an excuse.
That song as part of the story to show his transformation, and like people were like, "Oh, he's being homophobic, he's being transphobic because he said these words." It's like, can we please think a little fucking deeper than that?
The difference between you and Kendrick, I think, is that Kendrick, like, you know, moved through his understanding, and you seem to be stuck on. You seem to be stuck on, you know, just the preservation of your ego. The trans people have to just sit there and be nice and be like, that's okay. That's okay that 40,000 people just heard the wrong pronoun for me, and 40,000 people now think that I go by, you know, whatever pronoun when I go by.
Can we please grow up? Like he said,
you need to grow up. You need to get over yourself. This isn't about you. Look, you act like you like Bowblax. You act like you're friendly with Bowblax. I don't know how to take that. Half of the people that you're friendly with, quote unquote, you treat like a Howard Stern whack pack. I don't know if Bobby is just there for like comic relief to like laugh at, or if you actually, you know, care about them on some level.
The words and the context of a super fucking progressive song of inner exploration that was like, he was being so vulnerable and being like, I accept that I love that my aunt is now my uncle, and I've loved him. And the problem is that he said some derogatory words. Like, it's time to fucking get your shit.
I can forgive. I can understand what Kendrick Lamar is saying there, because he's literally struggling with coming to terms with this in the song. But the idea of the song is that you struggle and you come to terms with it. And because you love your relative, you treat them the way that they want to be treated. I think Ethan's just missing the point here.
Together. Okay.
And not everybody was super on board with, you know, with that, you know, it was controversial for good reason.
The problem,
please,
and I think it should be obvious to all of us, the problem is, like, let's say Eva, we already know she's a she and she goes by Eva. If you're on purpose not calling her she now, which is what she wants, then yeah, you're being transphobic, you know, because
wait, is she talking about Eva Tyson?
You're like not respecting her wishes now.
The second that Bobby is like, I'm go by she or they, then obviously I'm going to do my best to respect the pronoun.
I don't think that chat would have been bringing this up if that hadn't happened. Now, chat, I told you that I wasn't aware of that, right? So if I had gone into talking about, you know, Bowblax, who's a creator that I've known for a long time, when Bowblax used he, him pronouns, if I'd started talking about Bowblax and used he, him, and chat was like, actually, you know, they go by they, them now, I would have said, I'm sorry. It's actually they, them. And the most important thing is that people out there are hearing, you know, what their pronouns are. If I had a question about it, I would defer to they, them. It's usually less offensive to, you know, use a neutral pronoun than it is to, you know, use like the,
you know, but it's not obvious to me that that's the situation. I didn't mean to apologize. People are saying I yelled at you, Olivia. I didn't mean to yell.
Oh, so we're going to apologize to Olivia.
I just got.
But you're not going to apologize for wagging your finger at the fucking trans community for being.
Get so annoyed when I'm like, I'm here.
Ethan, you've got trans people in your audience. That's the reason that they reacted like that.
Doing the right thing. I feel like I'm doing my best here, and then the chat is like losing their fucking mind over something that is so.
Like his chat is not they're not fucking radical, you know, leftists or something like that. They're H3 chat.
Ridiculous. Like you are
and they're still H3 chat. They are supporting you even on a day where you're going after Hasan Piker. These are people that you got custody of in the divorce, right? If they are calling you out.
The forest for the trees. And also, I don't know that they're fucking even right. Like, I'm not going to assume his
you just look then.
Pronouns.
I have clarification on it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Chat. Apparently, Bobby has said repeatedly they use all pronouns. They don't care.
That's it. So what? So like, there's not a trans person in this room. Bobby doesn't care about what pronouns you use for him. And you guys are in the chat shouting at how I'm wrong. Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just...
Whoa, so that's where the button came from. Wow. Jeez.
Literally wait till he comes out and says, like...
On that...
All right, what's this? After Ethan's transphobic rant and mistreatment of Olivia, paying members are over it. No one is interested in the nuke. Tags, toxic workplace, transphobia, and family. Okay, so these are some comments. It's got to be the worst episode. Low key beats the Bill Burr episode as the worst one yet. You're right about one thing, Ethan. You always fuck up the vibes. Lol. Kind of crazy when Olivia is trying to explain how they is a safe. Yeah, that's what Olivia is trying to explain. When in doubt, they them is a pretty safe. Is probably where you want to go. What you want to go with. And yeah, it's hard when you know somebody by one set of pronouns and they change them. But also understand that trans people can be a work in progress. Can, when people transition, it is not a on-off switch between wanting to be called one set of pronouns and another. Sometimes people start off wanting to use any pronouns. Sometimes they want to use they, them. Sometimes they want to use they, he. Sometimes they want to use they, she, right? It's so, as much as somebody in chat was like, no, I heard Bobby say any pronouns are fine. It's not necessarily like, have you heard what Bowblax said last, right? That's the question. And if I didn't know if there was questions, yeah, I'd default to they, them. And the issue isn't like who's right or wrong on like what pronouns Bobby uses. It's the reaction to being, to people saying those are the wrong pronouns. And the reaction to Olivia. Olivia is trying to explain how they is a safe gender neutral pronoun. And so to a point, right? You don't want to use they as a cheat code, right? So some people will use, some people are so worried about getting people's pronouns wrong. They're walking on eggshells, and you don't need to do that. And they'll just like sort of call everyone they, and it's like, that's not great either. You should learn, if there's a trans person in your life, you care about them, you should take the time to learn what their gender identity is, what pronouns they like to be called. You shouldn't just use a cheat code, but that's not what Olivia was suggesting. Olivia's suggesting, when in doubt, use they, them. And I think that's a great thing to go with. Safe gender neutral pronoun, and Ethan was losing it. I get that he is getting frustrated with chat, but that on its face was really disrespectful moment towards Olivia. I honestly don't care about the episode being so short. I just hope he apologizes to well, he did apologize to Olivia. He didn't apologize to his chat or to trans people or anyone else. This is the first month I paid my membership after trying to decide if it's worth it. It's not. Shortest episode in H3. So a lot of people are mad about the shortness of the episode. What the fuck just happened? It's like I got screamed at for 10 minutes by my mom. Yeah, and not for something where, she was like giving you good advice, like mom being like backwards about something and screaming at you that your wokeness is a virus or something, and then just left on the fucking curve. Aw. It costed nothing to give Olivia 2 minutes to say her piece. Well, he was afraid that he was going to get called out if he did. It's his ego. That was shit. Well, that was shit. What an absolute dumpster fire this show has regressed into because of Ethan. I used to love this show, and it's so sad. The crew deserved better, especially Olivia being a sweetheart and Ethan raging at her. He has got to rein this shit in. He is treating the crew so horribly that every couple of weeks, Olivia did not deserve that. His argument is not wrong, but he needs to be, it's not about... Omega Star with the 300 bits says, free Olivia. Yeah, free Olivia. Like something like this, it should be a learning opportunity, and it doesn't have to be stressful, and it's really not about your ego. Gotta say, guys, with peace and love, the membership is becoming not worth it. I've been a member for years, 3 years and 9 months, and a viewer since episode 1 when everyone was mad that the content had switched. We barely get members EPs anymore, and the BTS are completely gone. We haven't even seen the new set since the studio was changed. Because they have a green screen all the time. I was interested to see that process, or even just after. There's several other perks from the start that were also non-existent. I stay a member just for the extra episodes. Hopefully they become more and more consistent. We get some behind the scenes episodes too. I should ask, I need to talk to my chat about what you all want. We've got a lot of members now. I think I need to evaluate the perks. I never know what people people want. Like what is the perk that people will appreciate. We did members only episodes for a little while, but I just kind of felt bad about like locking people out, especially since some people cannot get a membership, cannot be gifted a membership. Like if your account is a certain way, there's no way to get that. But I don't know, chat. I don't know. I just give you a lot of content, and I hope that it's appreciated. Ethan has been so defensive, honestly, most of the time. It's not really serious. Like, you're safe. You're okay. Olivia, I love... Yeah, this is the thing. He didn't need to be on Razor's Edge like this. I love you. I know why he is. It's because of the nuke, right? I love you, girly. You're so smart. Beauty. And you can tell, like, his insecurity is about, is his audience in judgment of him? Does his audience look at him and say, yikes? That's his insecurity. Shout out to all the NBs out there too. Yes, shout out to all the NBs. Chat, do you know, I heard a story of a trans person that, you know, is a non-binary trans person that was trying to move to Canada, and under Biden, they were able to get X instead of male or female on their passport. They were stopped on a plane, I think taken off the plane, and forced to go to Washington, D.C. to get their passport, get their, like, assigned at birth sex put on their passport or something to be able to, like, it's getting scary. It's scary out there for trans people. Like, please understand that, you know, however on the spot you might feel about being corrected about somebody's pronouns, it's nothing compared to what trans people are facing right now. Ultimately agree with Ethan about the pronoun disagreement, but yelling, yeah, that's why I said it kind of doesn't matter. Like, right, it's the reaction that's the problematic, right? And then not giving Olivia a chance to speak is very bad form before. And again, I need to check and see what the latest with Bowblax is, what their what the pronouns they're going by now are. Olivia is not chat. Be more considerate. Ethan, yeah, that's exactly it. You blew up on Olivia. Kind of sad, not interested in the nuke, and looking forward to getting a full ep of regular content since he's done making the video. Yeah, that's what they were hoping for. They want your comedy shit. They want Vape Nation. They want, the bold guy, like, right? They want classic H3, I think. Proud of you, Olivia. Speak up even when your voice shakes. You got this. Ethan, that is fucking insane. Step back and reflect. Don't get defensive, Olivia. I'm sorry. We love you. Olivia is and always will be that girl. Thank you for being there. Olivia is trying to be respectful and objectively disrespectful to yell at her while interrupting her. I think I understand why Olivia hasn't decorated her shelf yet. Damn. Love for Olivia. Cancel my membership. This is annoying. Damn, the nuke. He nuked us too. Hell yeah. I mean, hell no. Ethan yelling at Olivia made me feel awful. You are scene girly. We appreciate you and all you add to the show. He may have been yelling at chat, but it absolutely felt like he was yelling at Olivia. She was right too. They, them is safer for anybody who is non-binary. If you don't know their preference yet, why not just listen? It doesn't matter in the specific case, but Olivia was just giving a legit tip Olivia was trying to make it easy for Ethan. And he, legit tip to be respectful, and got stomped on publicly by a man. I'd cry and leave. We need to reset the whole year. This, of course, is just speculation, but I think Olivia was crying at the end. You can hear her sniffing in the background. Aw, Nate didn't switch to her anymore. Feels bad, man. Okay, so Nate is the person that controls the cameras, and Tom is the guy that was sitting with Ethan. Okay. Be nice to your coworkers, Ethan. They're on your side. For how long, though? I didn't realize. God, there's a lot of these. I didn't realize how our options were nuke or nothing. Couldn't have possibly cared less about the nuke. Tough to watch. There's no way the nuke is entertaining enough to make up for this hour of content that. So yeah, what was he thinking too? That he didn't want to compete with his own video? Is that why he shortened the show? I love you, Ethan, and that's why he should have just had it as a premiere on his main channel. I mean, I'm telling him, this about a video that I don't agree with, but if he wanted to, that probably would have been his best bet. Put the video as a premiere on your main channel in place. If you're really worried about the show competing, although yeah, that doesn't fix the fact that a lot of these members, right, feel, and that little icon right there shows they're a member. They feel like they're not getting their money's worth. I love you, Ethan. That's why I'm saying this. I think you might need to take some time to tend to your mental health. I mean, just an idea. The nuke was just 2 hours of a director's cut of all the rants during the post-leftovers breakup stream. If you already knew about Dan Clancy, the Houthi pirate interview, Frogan, you don't need to watch the nuke. Yeah, a lot of it was old hat. In fact, he doesn't even have the... We were speculating, Vadim and I were talking the other night, we were speculating whether we thought that maybe the stuff that Dan Saltman was talking about in terms of the Cosmo article might be... We kind of assumed that there would be new information in Ethan's nuke, and it turns out not so much. Dan needs to slap... Everything is either a rehash of a Destiny talking point or something that Ethan's already said on show. Dan needs to slap the delusion out of Ethan next time he talks about him in his next magnum opus. The nuke video. Best be worth the terrible thing we just endured. I just wanted a normal episode. Anything else not give a fuck about the nuke, and anyone else not give a fuck about the nuke and dreading the next few weeks. Rip goofs and gaffs, right? That's what people want. They want a comedy podcast. That's what they're looking for from H3, not a political podcast, which Ethan just does not know enough to be a political podcaster. It started to give me random anxiety watching the show. It's been nerve-wracking as well because it's a nuke thing. It's just going to make everyone more stressful, more nightmare, dark political episodes. It's like one of your parents starts to have a more fucked up political views, and they can't even see it. And you have to just sit there and smile because nobody can show them how they look to literally anybody else. Anyway, I don't know. I've been a trooper that's a FUPA trooper that's a member, right? I've been a member is what they're saying for almost a decade, but maybe Hasan should get a restraining order at this point, and Olivia deserves better. Concerning. Probably the worst episode. Way to end an episode. So that was at the end of the episode?
Political podcast in front of...
We're going to watch that in a second.
You can call me he. Like literally wait till.
Okay, let's take a look. I just want to see where this is in the you can call did they delete this maybe? Call me he. Is it this? B word, no. Okay, let's get a little bit more context here. Oh no, we're talking so there's a long conversation about Bobby here. If you don't know who I'm talking about, it's Bowblax. Bowblax is a commentary creator, has been kind of getting attacked by the commentary sphere of things and has recently come out as non-binary. Oh my God, there's a whole ass conversation. Yeah, including by Ethan's new friend, Nicholas Diorio. Where does this start? Oh my God. What the fuck? Okay, we'll start where he's talking about
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And bro, I'm losing my mind. Then there's tweets on Twitter that are going viral of me doing a Nazi salute. I'm not kidding you guys. It's like,
I mean, look, you had a choice, Ethan, whether to just talk about Elon's salute or whether to pantomime his salute. You chose pantomime his salute, and that's what caused a clip of you doing the salute to be available for somebody to clip.
it's like a joke. It's like a game at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just they say I'm literally psycho. I'm a literally psycho.
You know, if calling somebody psycho is a bad thing to do for no reason at all, maybe you shouldn't be calling Markiplier psycho. I don't know.
Literally, I am the human embodiment of psychologically
Of the movie?
unwell because of this joke he made from his closet. There was a glow over the hill. I knew we were in danger, but I had to.
Is this goblin mode?
I had to first think of my greatest enemy. God. Fucks my throat up when I do that. Bro, what do you do? Why are you even doing
Wait, seriously? He was saying the R slur?
You should, whatever, if you're doing snooze or whatever you're doing, bro, when you fuck horses, you don't just put your mouse.
What is Vosh doing right here? Is he putting a Zen in?
Is he popping a lip pillow?
Yeah, that's what I said. It looks like he's putting a Zen in.
This difficult time.
You disgusting fucking
Nah,
rat.
he's eating.
I mean, he doesn't have dentures, so.
Oh, he's biting his nail, maybe.
Oh.
Was he really?
What? Let me see it again.
I don't know.
Yeah, what are you doing, bro? You call me a psychopath?
Yeah.
I hope Markiplier can get through this difficult time.
Oh yeah, I saw that, Haley.
Thank you so much, Zach.
Is he wearing like a
It's
retainer
crazy.
or
It's
something?
crazy how
Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up.
politics, Zionism and
His
transphobia
Yeah,
have both been
retainer
really
or
like
something.
Who's the bold guy? The bold guy is the person that sued. Oh, the bald guy. No, that's Tom.
effective wedges and making people who consider themselves liberal into fascists. Many such cases.
I'm a fascist now because my position on Israel, which is just apparently that I don't want Israeli civilians to be killed. I think Israeli civilians deserve empathy.
Look, Vosh is a pretty reliable, pro-American leftist voice, right? Vosh is somebody that, is not. He's not like an extremist on anything. If he's calling you out about this,
That's a perfect wedge issue, guys.
Cases.
Because they're great. Yeah, and they're saying I'm transphobic.
wait, Vosh is saying that?
Once again, calling me transphobic.
Wait. Did this come from Vosh? The transphobic thing?
He tried that before, right?
Wait, where does he say that? I didn't hear. Did Vosh just say that? Did Vosh say Ethan's transphobic?
I forget why.
Effective wedges and
I wasn't sure.
making
I was
people
confused by that too.
Anyway,
is he
yeah.
referring to you as being transphobic,
Yes.
or is he just saying that these are wedge issues?
He has tried to call me transphobic before. Over what was that? There was something happened.
He did try to say that if you're attacking his audience. Omega Star super chatted $4.99. I will not vote for Donald Trump. Thank you, Omega Star.
And he's like, "Oh, is it maybe because this person's trans?" Like out of nowhere. Remember? It was during our.
Oh wait, whoa.
No. It was because Vosh was being really disingenuous. I think that Ethan called him a pervert or something, and he's like, "Why would he call us a pervert?" Vosh was trying to make Ethan's, insults towards him insults at Vosh's audience, and he was like, "Why is he calling us a pervert, Chad? Is it because I have a large contingent of trans people?" He was literally trying to hide behind trans people. That was pretty shameful for Vosh. Send.
Was it because Keffels was on his side of the whole thing? So were you attacking Keffels or something?
Oh, so maybe it was I was having a dispute with a trans person that had nothing to do with their transness.
Right,
obviously.
it had to do with
And he's
Molly.
like, "Oh, really?"
No, it really. I will actually defend Ethan in this case. Ethan was not being transphobic that time. That time it was Vosh just trying to. He was trying to use trans people as like a fig leaf. He was trying to use trans people as a shield, and I've seen him do that before.
Really? Is it because they're trans? It's like, oh my god.
I could be misremembering that though. So
It's something like that.
I
It
think
is
you're
something.
right. It's about Lolly Hill.
Oh yeah, dying on Lolly Hill.
It was the Lolly Hill stuff.
Keffels died on Lolly Hill that day.
Yeah.
A lot
Tipster too.
of good people fell that day.
Big tip.
Tipsters
we
out
lost
there.
Big Tip that day.
The crows are feasting.
Cheers, my dude.
Cheers, my horse. Love ya. No pedo.
Man, the crows are
Wait, did they get an AI tipster?
feasting on Lolly Hill.
Okay.
But he didn't have to die out there for this fucking guy. And like, I think they actually did get somewhat perma canceled for that. Like, it's just you don't want that. That's the last thing you want to associate with your name. Like,
It's a funny thing. Vosh does not work or collab with a lot of other people now. Vosh's community, when they come into other communities, they don't talk about being Vosh fans as much, but it's not like his audience has gotten smaller.
Keffels and Tipster, they're so irrelevant now. Because they died on Lolly Hill.
Yeah.
Was Tipster.
Well, no, there's other reasons for Keffels. And actually, Tipster is kind of on an upswing.
It was a hard one losing Big Tip.
Yeah.
Me too. I know that hurt.
That really hurt.
That one hurt.
Why did you do that, Tip?
Fucking sucks. I wish he apologized.
Why'd you do that?
It was such a loss.
Yeah. At least we got Diorio now to replace that kind of void.
At least we got Dioria. Yeah, Diorio, that'll...
I like Dory.
Diorio does not have.
No.
I mean, play it, Zach, please. The original, the classic.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
No, of course, Nicholas Diorio has his own.
Listen, give him time.
At least
him
I've seen
time.
what a vagina looks like.
Yeah, it's not the same, guys.
All our
Just-
guys
I
are
don't know.
fallen, man. And Bobby.
So yeah, I mean, like if you don't know Nicholas Diorio, we've watched him a few times. He was relevant during the whole Destiny thing. He is not like I always make a point to say that I don't think Nick is a right winger. I think he's just a centrist that hates lefties, like a lot, and as such, he hates a lot of Ethan's liberal viewpoints, right? He's very much, he's not in agreement. Now, what's made Diorio flip on Ethan is that he's in a conflict against Hasan, and Diorio hates Hasan for being far left. So that now he's kind of showing up and being nice to Ethan and stuff like that. But it's like, he already let it be known that he thinks Ethan is soy and woke and whatever else.
He's gone. Isn't he like totally like annihilated? What's the deal with Bobby? You know, AB?
There's a whole drama with him.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Bobby is
Okay, so they bring up Bobby. They're using he, him.
posting some different content I've been seeing recently. He's
Yeah, I'll find it before I talk on it.
What kind of content is he posting?
Is it a genuine question?
You know.
Yeah.
You know. Ethan.
Stop! Is that like his full-time thing now? Or they
I
them?
think, I think Bobby uses they them pronouns.
wow.
Okay, Bobby.
So now, Olivia, maybe getting that from chat?
Yeah, I'm really happy for them. They seem to be
Bobs, you're finding yourself.
being proud.
I can see why, though. Bobby, you have to understand. You and your friends were the edgiest shitbags in the fucking internet. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're kind of like, I'm they, and I'm trans. It's like you couldn't have positioned yourself worse with the people you were associated with. I accept you as who you are.
Good news, they're going to shed their bigoted audience. So they're going to have a much nicer group of people watching.
I guess that's true.
But I think that, and unfortunately, I'm saying, I think that's all of them.
So they're going to lose their entire audience.
Yeah. What is the drama? Is it just...
That's not true. That's not Bowblax's entire audience. There are definitely people like that, but...
I don't know if I didn't want to say it until I...
It's
oh, God. Okay, he's
sensitive.
embracing it.
We shouldn't talk off the cuff about it.
So he's embracing it. So it was discussed.
So yeah, there's Olivia being like they.
He had it's discovered that Bobby had an OnlyFans as a kitty girl or something. Was it a kitty girl thing or
There's like whispering going on.
maybe both? I don't know.
I'm
But
not sure exactly.
Ethan, without having it's
Okay,
too
because
sensitive.
You're the one that said talk about it.
No,
What do you mean?
No, he's saying let's not talk off the cuff.
I was
because
like,
we
I don't want to
didn't-
talk about it, and you guys were like, let's talk about it. Is that not what happened? Did I
I
misunderstand?
didn't hear that.
Well, anyway,
Talk about the allegation.
listen, I was just trying to, I didn't want to say anything until he was comfortable to talk about, but he just posted this on his public thing. He said, straight, by the way, with a picture of him wearing high thigh socks and a skirt. So,
Bobby.
That's him. This is him. He's coming. I'm sorry. They're coming out. They're coming out.
And good for them.
So yeah, this is probably why the crew wanted to get Ethan off of this conversation, is that, you know, Ethan's having trouble assuming. Now, again, I don't know. I'm trying to find out, like, on the fly, like, what the latest on, you know, what Bowblax is currently wanting to be called. And I'm not finding it on Twitter. I'm not finding it on YouTube. So I'm not sure. And yeah, I would go in absence of certainty, I would go they, them.
Live life how you want to, you know, have fun.
But
do what you gotta do.
Bobs,
shed the fence that you need to shed.
Bobs, you'll always be welcome in this community. Just keep giving us
bringing
those
those banger sound bites.
Exactly.
Yeah,
As long as you're shouting crazy shit, we love you.
We ride with you.
We don't care what you're wearing when you're shouting.
Here, Olivia found their tweet discussing it. I think it's worth getting it straight from the source here.
Bobs said the following: I feel like I came out as non-binary at the worst time in the worst way. That might be true, just considering how they found out. Happened during a mental health crisis. Didn't know that. Gender diversity discourse online is one of the most volatile it's ever been, and my gender expression seems to be the least expected type. Feminine with body hair. Oh, so he's
there.
Listen, first mistake, you're on Twitter. Like, get off of that.
Yeah,
There's
probably
no.
true. Although that's their whole thing, unfortunately.
Well,
like if
it's
anybody's
time for new
built a
beginnings.
career around that hell site, it's them.
If Bobby wants to take care of their mental health, first step, get off of X, Twitter.
I mean, that is good advice. You're not wrong.
But you were also a giant shitbag, so I feel like you need to make some amends too. Like, you can't just be like, "Oh, I'm trans now. Everyone be nice to me." It's like you were a fucking giant piece of shit to trans people, to gay people, to everybody on the internet. They were just a total fucking dickhead his whole life.
Look, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you're not the one to say this right now, Ethan.
So like, bro needs to come to God a little more. You know what I mean? Like, he's got some amends to make. You know, it's not like all the.
See, look, if you haven't been keeping track, you might not want to assume that they haven't made those amends.
And he's a great. Or sorry, where did Bobby say the pronouns is they? Because it seems like they's referring to themselves as a man here.
Usually neutral pronouns they them when someone
If somebody's
identifies as
non-binary, that's it's fair to assume. But I guess we're not.
I mean,
totally
he's.
They.
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say he.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. It's not assume. It's not that you should, It's that like like sometimes you don't know, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say that you have a medical appointment. You just called your medical care provider, and they say, "Oh, your regular doctor is not going to be in, but we need to see you this week." So you're going to be talking to Dr. Smith. And that's all you hear, Dr. Smith. You don't know Dr. Smith is this a he? Is this a she? Who is Dr. Smith? You don't know. So when you call in to confirm your appointment with Dr. Smith, what do you say? You say I'm supposed to be scheduled with them at 1:30. You say them. It's you know most people already use they them in absence of knowing what somebody's gender is, right? It's very simple.
He's referring to himself as a man in this tweet, and
it might be the
No, Bobby is referring to themselves as non-binary. That's different. Feminine with body hair, right? That where are you getting this? Where is Ethan getting this? Anyway, God.
I mean, if he's not specifically said like my pronouns are they them, I don't think it's that big of a deal, is it? To be like I have to call them they them.
No, it's possible that it's not a big deal.
It's the safest and probably the most.
I feel totally comfortable calling him him until he says otherwise.
Okay.
I feel that's respectful.
The thing is, you're looking at Bobby's Twitter, right? In terms of what has Bowblax said on stream recently, right? You don't know. And so in that situation where you don't know, yeah, Olivia's got a point.
Respectful, and I'm just
like listen to your crew, right? Especially your crew that is younger than you and that might not know more about this stuff.
I'm treating him like a human being, and he says he wants to eventually be feminine with body and facial hair is the end goal. I know I look 100% male right now. I don't know what's the pronouns, but until he's specified, then I don't see the need to.
What?
This is why I'm watching.
But anyway, I was saying, what was I saying? Yeah, that he was a giant piece of shit for a long time. So like, just because you're trans now doesn't.
Look, I mean, I've heard Bowblax say some pretty out of pocket stuff. But I don't know that they haven't apologized for that already.
I mean, you're a good person all of a sudden.
Dude, I am 100%, and with mental illness, and I have mental illness, the worst is like, oh, I was just diagnosed like as severely depressed. But what about the Nazi rally you were at last week? Are we like cool with that now? Because you're depressed? Or like,
Yeah.
you just get a pass?
But that being said, I have an open heart.
Yeah, for the record, Bowblax did not go to any Nazi rallies. Bowblax made some very questionable songs, has been pretty antagonistic to certain trans people in the past. But
and an open mind.
Again, Ethan is not one to talk.
Way open to the Bobby redemption arc. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that I'm open to it. That's it. Yeah.
Again, as long as the sound bites keep coming in, God bless.
That's all we care about.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
Well, okay, so now here's another thing, right? If somebody's known for yelling, talk about the allegations and stuff like that, stop laughing at Sonic, right? You might not necessarily expect that they're like, you got to understand somebody, discovers or decides to acknowledge and honor their a gender identity that they hadn't been forthcoming before. You shouldn't necessarily expect them to do what they always did. Maybe, certain voices make people feel dysphoric, right?
You guys are so dumb and pathetic in the chat. literally wait till he comes out and says, like, you can call me he. Like, literally wait till he says my pronouns he. You stupid fucking woke fucks. I'm just
see, like, whatever pronouns Bobby likes, prefers, I feel like shit like this, like, bullies trans people into saying, yes, I'm okay with the thing that he said, just so they don't. Because, like I said, you know, if you think you get embarrassed by being called out for misgendering somebody, it's nothing compared to a trans person being misgendered. And sometimes that causes people to, you know, like I've seen people try to go by they, them, not have anybody call them they, them, and just sort of give up. And that's sad that their friends, you know, can't be a little bit more supportive.
I'm being respectful.
No, it doesn't need to be more than it is.
Why are you
like...
assuming his pronouns?
Well, it's not when
you're
use
assuming his
when you use
pronouns.
neutral
He
pronoun-
hasn't clarified.
Okay, so any question to whether or not Ethan is yelling at Olivia?
When you use neutral, sorry,
Calm
when
down.
you use
No,
neutral
it's annoying
pronouns,
because
it's
people come.
the most respect.
By the way, you people in the chat who are like, "Oh, Ethan fucking is L being like transphobic." It's like you are presuming his pronouns. And by the way, why are you being so militant about it? How does that help anybody? I'm obviously being respectful.
They're not being fucking militant.
And I'm waiting for him to clarify. Like you guys are.
Everybody has tried to help you, right? Chat, Olivia, the rest of the crew, including people that are like, hey, maybe this is not a topic to get into right now, which is probably the best idea. You know, if you're confused about this, then, you know, find out. If you're interested in, you know, talking about Bowblax and, you know, I don't know, doing content with Bowblax in the future, maybe just have a little respect. Take some time to actually figure out where Bowblax is at right now. Because, again, I don't even know.
Are fucking wrong. And if you ever want other people outside of your bubble to ever be respectful and take like trans people and non-binary people seriously, you have to fucking stop being so pathetically ridiculous.
No, if we want people to, what did he say?
Outside of your bubble to ever be respectful and take like trans people and non-binary people seriously, you have to fucking stop.
If we want people to be respectful and treat trans and non-binary people, take them seriously, then we have to be respectful and take them seriously. And this includes you, Ethan. And if you're talking about outside of the bubble of people who accept trans people, the best thing that you can do is show them respect too.
Being so pathetically ridiculous when people are trying in good faith to make an effort and be respectful. Like, you guys are fucking wrong.
If I can chime in also with trans people that I personally know, this is not what they want. They just want to be treated respectfully. And as long, like what Ethan was saying was totally respectful. So it really doesn't matter. We don't need to make such a big deal about like he or they until it's like he's saying, and we don't even know. He might be totally fine with it. The point.
Yeah, exactly, Narwhal. There's all kinds of options. There's all kinds of options other than this.
The conversation we're having is totally respectful and promoting like accepting everything. So I don't understand why even go there.
That's like, it reminds me of this conversation like when Kendrick Lamar had on the Big Steppers, he had this track about how his aunt was trans and his coming to terms with this over the years. And he used derogatory language in that song as part of the story to show his transformation.
That's,
and like,
again, that's an art piece. That's a song. That's a work in progress.
People were like, oh, he's being homophobic, he's being transphobic because he said these words. It's like, can we please?
Some people felt that.
Deeper than that? Can we please grow up? Like, he said the words in the context of a super fucking progressive song of inner exploration that was like, he was being so vulnerable and being like, I accept that I love that my aunt is now my uncle, and I love him. And the problem is that he said some derogatory words. Like, it's time to fucking get.
Okay, so yeah, there's a slur in the song, but it's not Kendrick calling anybody the F slur. It's Kendrick calling out people for using the F slur.
Your shit together, okay?
The problem,
please,
and I think it should be obvious to all of us, the problem is like, let's say Eva, we already know she's a she and she goes by Eva. If you're on purpose not calling her she now, which is what she wants, then yeah, you're being transphobic, you know, because you're like not respecting her wishes now.
The second that Bobby is like, I'm go by she or they, then obviously I'm gonna do my best to respect the pronouns, you know. But it's not obvious to me that that's the situation. I didn't mean to apologize. People are saying I yelled at you, Olivia. I didn't mean to yell at you.
Okay.
I get so annoyed when I'm like, I'm here doing the right thing. I feel like I'm doing my best here. And then the chat is like losing their fucking mind over something that is so ridiculous. Like you are missing the forest for the trees. And also, I don't know that they're fucking even right. Like, I'm not going to assume his pronouns.
I have clarification on it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Apparently, Bobby has said repeatedly they use all pronouns. They don't care.
That's it. So what? So like, there's not a trans person in this room. Bobby doesn't care about what pronouns you use for him. And you guys are in the chat shouting at how I'm wrong. Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people.
Yeah, but the point is you didn't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Olivia was trying to be helpful, right? Olivia's giving you a way out. Olivia knows that you have trouble with this, as you obviously did. The rest of the crew seems to know that you have trouble with this. They were trying to get off this. This didn't need to be a segment. This is an unforced error. And you are showing your audience other reasons for them not to stick around.
And I'm not yelling at you. I'm just...
Oh my God. So yeah, there we go with the... Why do they still have Jimmy Lee? This is the guy that like creeped on some that like this guy did bad things to people involved with H3, right? Why do they still have him on the anyway?
Minute 30 seconds left.
Oh, we never even got...
God, he keeps on, and now he's got this Kendrick thing in his head. Like, he thinks he's Kendrick Lamar. He thinks that he's, I don't know. And he's trying to use Kendrick as an excuse, like something that Kendrick did that, yeah, caused a lot of controversy. Some people did not like. There's, things to like about that song. There's some things that made people uncomfortable. It's not Kendrick is not a fucking Superman, and it's not like, well, Kendrick did it, okay, come on.
To talk more about Housewives, there's so much more.
I know, that was so much more fun.
So much more fun than this.
Right?
Are they done? Are they over this?
I always fuck up the vibes. But I feel like, God damn, it's just so ridiculous.
When's the nuke dropping? Right after this?
You've got the timer right above your head.
I'm literally going to
Where
post
is it?
Yeah, if anyone is, it's Ethan's friend Drakestony.
Is it really a timer?
Yeah, look
There's
at
a
the
timer
camera.
on screen.
Or look at...
All right, well, that made me uncomfortable. That ruined my vibes. But thanks for helping me find that chat. We had to go to Snark. Sometimes you need a snarker. But yeah, I'll do more research into where Bowblax is at right now. I feel like I know some people that know Bowblax, so maybe I'll reach out just to clarify, because I know that transitioning is not easy. Transitioning as a content creator is especially not easy, and transitioning as a content creator from the commentary community is especially hard. So, all right, what do we have here? Hasan responds to the content nuke, and then we'll get to the nuke itself right after that. How does that sound?
Nonsense a million times over. And it's crazy that it's like coming from a dude that I knew personally. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's a very sad state of affairs.
Arenza, thank you for the 500 yen. I feel like those are the first yen that I've gotten super chatted at me. Ethan, I, as a cis guy, feel happy to assume I'm correct in gendering this person the way I see fit. And if you disagree, you're wrong.
The reviews are rolling in. While obviously many of you are wondering, Hasan, are you going to be watching Ethan's content nuke? The answer is, of course not. But many people have texted me so far being like, dude, this is the dumbest thing Why did he spend months of his entire life making this video? From what I understand, the reviews are not great. Turns out when you're not particularly smart or particularly knowledgeable about politics and you try to do a political takedown, people are going to look at it and say, yeah, you're kind of stupid.
Where's Hasan staying at in Japan again? Like, what city is he in?
Especially if your big reveal is that I am a
I can't tell by the skyline.
socialist. We literally had a political podcast together and have had numerous conversations on that political podcast in front of tens of thousands of people about my political perspective. Clip chimping me into oblivion is not going to take away people's understanding of your lack of intelligence, especially as it pertains to politics. Like, you literally...
This is Tokyo. I was gonna guess Tokyo. Yeah, I just don't. Unless I see, like, I think I can recognize Tokyo at night.
You did a political podcast with an anti-capitalist co-host for a year plus, and I guess you were so oblivious.
And again, it's not because Hasan pretended to be a shitlib. It's because Ethan wanted to be something more than a shitlib, and kind of represented himself that way. But he showed, like, the shallowness of his understanding. Right? He's like, what's socialism? Oh yeah, well, it's a social safety net, like they have in Sweden or Finland or Denmark, right? That's what he. But the bosses, the capitalists, they're still in charge. That's what he was. You know, that's what he had in mind.
To how things work, that in your mind you thought I was something different. I don't know. I thought you would visit the Japanese. Yeah, ironic, because I'm literally going to interview the Japanese Communist Party in 2 hours. Like that is, it's so funny. It's so funny to be like, oh, dude, this guy Hasan, I'll have you know, he's a commie. And it's like, I'm about to go interview the Japanese Communist Party in literally 2 hours. I am going to go to the headquarters of the Japanese Communist Party to interview them. Unprecedented access. What a shocking revelation. Chatters are like, God damn, you're not a right-wing Republican? What the hell is this? I'm out, brother. What the wait, you've been a commie this whole time? Do you interview Kohei Saito today? No, I think he's back from Berlin, but I don't know if I have access. I don't know if I have access to Saito. It would be sick. I would really love to talk to him. But for those of you who don't know, Kohei Saito is a very famous degrowth Marxist academic from Japan. He was, I believe, in Berlin for something going on in Berlin. I forget what it was. Until recently, I think he just came back. So it would be great to interview him. But I mean, to be fair, I think we'll have our disagreements. But he knows more than I do.
Yeah. So for the record, chat, I do really appreciate people supporting the stream with super chats and the like. That's what helps me keep going and allows me to do this. But I also appreciate just giving a like. And I know some of you out there are not in a position to be able to contribute financially. So just understand that you can like the stream for free. And that actually helps me out a lot. So if you want to do something nice, that's another way to go about it.
But obviously he's infinitely more knowledgeable than me. What does degrowth mean? Do you like Marx? Just admit it.
Vadim, I have pre-watched the fuck out of it.
Anyway, Ethan is wrong. I love capitalism. Literally says capitalism on my shirt. It says capitalism is voluntary.
We are doing what Sam Cedar would call nibbling around the edges at the moment, and we're about to dive right into the content nuke itself after we get Hasan's. Now he didn't watch it, right? He is making this commentary from a place of not having seen the nuke.
Harry, get bread or get dead. So obviously Ethan is wrong. So I don't know where he's coming from. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the JCP interview to do this. No. I'm gonna do this the entire time. Yeah. Chotto matte. Wakarimashita. Also calls you a wait for it a terrorist. Yeah, rehashing all the Palestine stuff is also pretty funny in general because it's like, yeah, dude, we know. The podcast ended over it. Okay. He said he mainstreamed you. Yeah, he made me. Ethan Klein made me. While he was working on that garbage, you were interviewing and humanizing incarcerated firefighters and having the time of your life with your best friends in Japan. Says a lot about your respective characters. Yeah, it is what it is. From what I understand, he also is like demanding that his audience go. And he's implying that I'm being funded by the Houthis, which is really funny. Yeah, they are really caked up. I suspect that he'll throw in he's being funded by the Qatari government in there too, because I watch Al Jazeera a lot. And then, just all kinds of dumb. He had you playing Marvel Rivals with friends in the background while he rants. Yeah, it's weird.
He's trying to make fun of he's trying to make fun of Hasan for sucking at Marvel Rivals.
By Uncle G.
Even he hasn't seen me play video games.
Would be sick. You do not deserve to be treated that way by anyone that used to call you a friend. It's okay. Didn't Dan and you get along? I haven't been following. How does he feel about all of this? Brother, that's their boss. What do you want him to do? Like, I get it. Dude, Dan, I think recently got married too. Congratulations, by the way, on that front. Like, what do you want him to do? Like, a lot of you are like, oh, they should exhibit bravery and they should quit or whatever. Like, you're ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah. So this whole thing of like, people that are working at a place that's doing bad stuff should exhibit bravery and, be morally upstanding and should take should exercise their conscience by quitting. I feel like the thought is that everybody that's on a large platform is doing a lot better financially than they are. Jink and Anna might be doing pretty well, but that doesn't mean that everybody down the line working for TYT is doing well. And as bad as TYT is, it is a job that in some cases might offer benefits. And when you're doing content creation like that, like what I'm doing right now, I'm relying on like I'm not able to get health insurance is like a nightmare for somebody like me because I don't have a job. So like, yeah, it's not as easy as people want to make it seem. That being said, I do feel like, I've seen Dan and some of the crew kind of join in on, like, you don't have to join in on punching down at Mika's rhetoric,
Like, they're trying to do their best. Okay, I think. I don't know. But, all things considered, they're just managing the situation to the best of their ability. It is what it is. He couldn't hurt you half as much as your stylist have if he had spent 10 years in his basement conjuring and editing. Okay, calm down. All right, I fixed it. I literally fixed it. Okay, I fixed it. Shut up. That's crazy.
Hasan's not bad at FPS. No, I said I think he's bad. He says he's bad at Marvel Rivals.
Don't say that. I fixed it. And it's going to grow back. It's going to take weeks, but it's going to grow back. Everybody calm down about my eyebrows. Everybody stop about my eyebrows, please. Are you getting...
Joshua Kell. Super chatted $5. Hasan is so much more understanding and gracious than most people would be, and Ethan is just so unhinged to not see it.
That's the irony of Ethan saying things like that he tried to do everything to avoid the content nuke and he was left with no choice, right? Hasan did a lot to intervene with his chat and with people in general reacting to the things that Ethan was saying. But like Hasan says in the nuke, like there's only so much he can do. And when Ethan is just like saying shit that is ignorant and, and people realize that there's not a lot Hasan cannot intervene on his behalf.
Worried about the content nuke? Look a little worried there, boy. Yeah, I can't believe another person
thank you, Joshua Keller, for the super chat.
Basically compiled Reddit post from Epstein's subreddit into a shittily edited 2-hour video. It's the eyebrows that make you look shocked. Yeah, the eyebrows are changing my reaction. You even left the country because you're...
Yeah, to get away from Ethan.
Any comments that are pro Hasan? Yeah, of course they are, dude. What are you talking about? Like, obviously, the number one thing that Ethan could never do is leave comments hidden. And he knew that people were going to watch it and be like, this sucks, dog. You're stupid. I think the content in and of itself will speak for itself. Did you buy new clothes or pay for hotel cleaning? I bought one new pair of pants and a jacket. Things fit me now. He called Kaya a designer dog. Yeah, maybe because I actually trained my dog and not let her piss and and bark all the goddamn time. No disrespect, but that's crazy. Coming after Kaya, that's crazy. You get bigger clothes, she's just well trained, you know? He said Kaya was very expensive. Yeah, very. $1 million. DDG fans must be really sad that there are no Epstein-like claims. Okay. I don't want to sidestep here. Okay. It's hard. It's hard not to, because it's like, it's begging. It's begging for my attention, but I'm not going to entertain this meltdown. Let's continue. Remember when you also paid for everyone's adoption fees at that shelter? Yeah, I did.
Ooh.
I bet I'm
Chat, I'm looking at the numbers right now. I can see with my Shinigami eyes. No, it's with a plugin, right? That tells me how a video is doing compared to a normal video on the channel. Ethan is at less than... The video is underperforming by, I don't know, 30-40%. Like, less than the low end of a normal video on the H3 Productions channel.
assuming that didn't make its way into the content.
Yeah, that's right. Ethan goes after Kaya, I think a couple of times. Once because Kaya is fancy. Kaya's a fancy dog, and another time he cuts out. He shows like a cutout of Hasan Piker that like he makes a fake Twitch office, right? And they have a cutout of a Hasan Piker, and it has a hole where Kaya's head is, so that the Twitch staff can take pictures of themselves as Hasan's dog. That's the one thing that I think the one good joke that Ethan made.
Video, the content nuke,
but also kind of low because he goes after Kaya.
Nor did a million other things that I've done, because the angle here, of course, is that I'm a bad guy and a scary communist, and also, dare I say, pro-Palestine. Pro-Palestine, not anti-Semitic, very much against anti-Semitism, but also, yeah, I donated, but in a nefarious way I donated. Every other streamer I like is watching the new We Can't Lose You Too. Yeah. I think one of the biggest problems for slop tubers in general is that they think they can tackle political commentary without like doing any reading whatsoever.
It's Willie Mack syndrome, yeah.
By simply attacking someone who does do political commentary, right? On the basis of like Reddit comments that they've compiled into a video and that they've like edited together.
You didn't buy Kaya? I actually don't know.
And the issue is you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you have no idea. You thought Roe v. Wade was the gay one, you know, a week ago. Like, you're not like a serious person.
I've even heard they want to repeal Roe versus what? Is that the gay one?
No, that's
Roe versus Wade has been overturned.
I forgot about this.
You're talking about gay rights?
Yeah, they want to
You're talking about
overturn the
Oberfell.
Aubergine.
That's precisely the reason why it'll end up having a bunch of stuff, Red Scare at a time when Donald Trump is the president and is just like ripping through the country. Dudes are hitting Sig Heils, okay? The wealthiest guy on the planet is hitting a Sig Heil. The wealthiest guy on the planet is hitting a Sig Heil on a prominent stage.
How do you pronounce it? It's Obergefell, right? Or Obergefell? I mean, like, it's got a G in it. Anyway.
Okay. And you're like, you know who's really at fault here? Commies. The powerful communists. It's a McCarthyism done by someone too stupid to navigate anything he's talking about, and he just ends up looking even dumber. GG's. It has an unironic American patriotism montage. This video is for no one. Yeah.
I mean, look, it looks like that. I want to think it's something different, but I know what they're talking about. Yeah. And it's something that H3, it's actually like a, it's a clip that H3 used to make fun of. I'll show you how it started out. Obergefell? Yeah, Obergefell, right?
It's sad. I don't know why he just won't go
Zero Burger Fell, yeah.
back to like fun drama or whatever.
I was like, I know there's a G in it somewhere.
You know what I mean? I don't know. He's just like desperately wants to be taken seriously in this field, and it's just not going to happen.
Well, wait a minute. No, sorry, I'm sorry. You say it's not going to happen, but look at Asmongold. There's somebody who doesn't know jack shit about jack shit, and that is somehow the most successful Twitch streamer at politics.
You do not end up mainstream. Yeah, I know. It's because it's Epstein-y. It's because it's a Epstein-y take. The idea that like I'm far too scary, far too dangerous to be made mainstream. So like, you know, you gotta go and warn like New York Times journalists or whatever, not realizing that many of those people who
And look, it's a very self-serving Destiny take too, because it's not actually about, you know, Destiny, you know, being afraid of the effect of Hasan Piker as a mainstream political figure. It's Destiny's fear of Hasan surpassing him, which he actually did years ago, and, you know, surpassing him even more.
write those articles are infinitely more intelligent than you and the fans dumb enough to be duped into thinking that I'm a clear and present danger under Trump's current administration. Okay? That's the issue is, this is where a lot of Redditors that have done brigades against me actually hit a wall and they can't comprehend it. Okay? They will go and flood the market with like Hasan is so bad clips, right? Not realizing that a lot of those journalists that either write articles about me or write articles about anything, you know, in media or political commentary across the board, are a little bit more knowledgeable about the shit that they're talking about than you know, Epstein's brigaders or Ethan's ramblings. Okay, it's ridiculous. Wait, why did Fossabot? Oh, that's so funny. This was a funny take, but Fossabot timed you out. Just so you know, Squeaks is not watching and is not interested in the nuke video. I don't even give you people watching nuke video, brother. I think it speaks for itself that more people are you know, dunking on it and clowning on it than taking it seriously. Like, oh my God, this is the most serious thing. Partially because, you know, a bunch of people have made this exact same video a million times over, and it's almost always the exact same principle. It's always the same, which is Hasan bad, Hasan rich, Hasan socialist scary, Hasan loves China, Hasan denies the cultural genocide and mass surveillance that the Chinese government did to Uyghurs in Xinjiang, even though I have been very critical of that a million times over. But it's conducted by a person who doesn't know anything and is simply, you know, rehashing Reddit comments. So that's it. And then clip chimp a couple times on politically charged subjects such as Israel-Palestine, where he'll say something along the lines of like, oh, he is apologist or something. I'm not. I guess the Israeli prosecutors are apologists rather than myself. And yeah, that's it. And he's a scary guy. Seems like almost all of it is clip chimp sliced together to make you look as worse as possible. Yeah, I just don't think it's like, I think for you guys, many of you already know my position. He tried to claim the AP article you referred to on Xinjiang didn't exist. See, that's what I mean. It's like really bad research in general, right? It's just really bad research in general. It's no interest in research whatsoever. That's it. And I've been live this entire time, so you know my ass has not watched this quote-unquote content nuke. So I'm...
and like, I even doubt whether Ethan's doing any research himself. I'm guessing he's outsourcing that to his crew. And, you know, I don't know if they're... That's not their wheelhouse.
Like, this is my suspicion of
Like that kind of research. They do other kinds of research. They probably do a good job on it, but that kind of research may be not their wheelhouse.
He did. And the reason why this is my suspicion on what he did is probably correct, is because this is not a new video. So many people have done this bad faith nonsense a million.
Narwhal by Nature says, damn, 200 viewers, NCC. Hey, if you want to make it 300, hit that like button.
Times over. And it's crazy that it's like coming from a dude that I knew personally. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's a very sad state of affairs that like even someone that you know personally.
Ethan is a chat GPT researcher. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Over a disagreement over genocide can just like completely rewrite his brain almost. It's embarrassing. And no, it's not embarrassing for me.
I'm sorry, when you say rewrite his brain, it makes me think of that Jordan Peterson thing where he talks about the lobsters. Lobsters and human, they're both serotonergically based systems. And lobsters, they also have to fight for hierarchy. Hierarchy is natural. Look at the humble lobster. After a fight, the losing lobster will have its brain melt down in order to recoagulate as a brain that's more appropriate for a now subservient lobster.
Embarrassing for him.
He says their brains literally melt.
Maybe you're a poor judge of character. People say this all the time. I disagree. I will always assume the best in others. I don't care. I'm never going to.
He's outsourcing it to DGG. There was at least one thing, a point that I think Dan Saltman tried to make that Ethan might have done a better job than. I mean, it's a low bar, right? Dan Saltman, but
to give up on that.
He definitely took some of Dan's stuff.
Mentality. I'm not going to be more of a cynical human being across the board. They always bring up the brothel too. Oh yeah, no, not bad research. He's bad face. Very obvious. His clips that cut right at the moment where you say something that could destroy his argument. So far in the video, he's just posting your takes and relying on them already being against your position. He doesn't really do anything to disprove your takes. Yeah. You've spent so many hours.
Coolest dude. I wish capitalists would attack me for having money.
Elaborating on your position that he would just have to critique you live to keep up. You've already flooded the internet with your explained opinions. He can't reframe you no matter how he tries. Well, there is one thing he can do, which is hope that no one has ever seen me or has only tangentially heard about me or has only had a bad opinion on me. He's farming the haters.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just somebody who hasn't watched Hasan at all and has the same opinions that Ethan has, it might be convincing.
He's farming the haters because he's become the hater.
He's farming the haters, but he's not doing a very good job at it. He's not really he's not crystallizing what is the word? Coalescing the haters the way that say a Willie Mack will do to Hasan.
It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs in general. He literally said he can finally get his life back after this video comes out. It's fucking sad. I know. I mean, I want him to be happy, by the way. I want him to be happy. So I think he's never going to listen to me, so it doesn't matter. I don't think he respects me. Something I texted him directly. I was like, listen, I don't think you respect me, but I think you respect, I think you respect Sam Cedar. You should probably have a conversation with him about this. He never replied to that. But
Wasn't Ethan always a hater? He was always a vapor.
I want him to be a happy person, and I don't think this is going to lead to a level of happiness, especially if it backfires. The haters are going to say this sentiment is fake, but you said this for months. Yeah. Not only have I said this for months, I was definitely a lot more charitable to him. He's asking people to mass email journalists that cover you in the mainstream. It's the same Dan Saltman shit. Yeah, I'm glad that he took he carried over the torch from Epstein's community. All right, we're done. Oh god.
We're done. All right, chat. So that means that it's time for me to take a look at the poll and report to you that 194 of you have voted so far in the poll on YouTube. Of those 194, 39% are voting for Jink and Anna attack Francesca Fiorentini. 29% of you want to see TYT and their take on Elon's salute from the heart. 17% of you want to see some more news with Cody Shoddy. And 14% of you want to see Emma and the Vanguard fight it out just a little bit on AOC. So that's where we're at right now. I haven't taken down any, we're at 40% on the dono goal. I haven't taken down any like bonus, any buffs for any of these. Just know that when you do donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these you support, and I'll be happy to put your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add that percentage to the poll. So, you know, you can help your favorite topic out when you donate. That is through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, the very place that Dan Saltman is trying to demonetize it's pretty successfully too. So let us go once again into the fray of the content nuke proper. So I said before I thought they were deleting comments because I saw 1,000 or so comments. That turned out to be the VOD. I'm silly. Like, I specifically showed you the VOD before the content nuke, and then I forgot I was showing you the VOD, and I'm like, oh, look at that. That's not... He sure deleted a lot of comments. So I don't know. People are saying, though, that comments are being deleted. One way to tell, though, is if you look at newest first. Calling us on a terrorist sympathizer is simply showing a lack of actual consuming his content. Love H3 nuke content, but this one feels like a personal grudge turned into an obsession. Everything Ethan knows about communism is from fighting kids on Twitter? Dumbass video. Good points about Frogman? What kind of bunk about Hasan? I don't remember the frog. Wait, frog? Oh no, chat, they're not... I don't know what they mean. I don't want to guess what they mean there. Bro, you should lay off. Oh my god, some of it's getting personal. Yeah, these are not... That one's kind of positive. That's yeah, so I mean it's mostly negative. It's mostly negative. Anyway, I have edged you for long enough. I should put the video on. Let's do that content nuke thing.
The world would not be the same.
So he's starting off with Robert Oppenheimer.
Two people laughed.
Oh my god, I don't have a...
People cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, now I am...
So, look, some level of abstraction and, you know, it's like normal, but we're kind of abstracting nuclear war from the human consequences of nuclear war. And it's in the context of a political video, or a video very much about, you know, geopolitics, right? As in the you know, reasons that people get nuked. And it's in the shadow of a genocide, which Ethan is going to start to make fun of in just a second. The idea that people would invoke what's happening in Gaza, and maybe even that they would call it a genocide. But yeah, just like, when you're this abstracted from what you're talking about, you end up sometimes putting forth a dark irony that you don't even intend. Like, you know, you're without you realizing it, your video becomes a dark parody of itself.
Become death, the destroyer of worlds.
We think the Houthi Ansarallah is doing what Houthi want America.
Fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday.
So this is the most successful aspect of this video is Ethan's ability to grab Hasan clips, little like 2, 3, 1 second clips from everywhere, because that's the only way that he's able to tell his story. If he let Hasan cook, if he let Hasan actually talk, if he showed a decent sized clip, he wouldn't be able to stick to his narrative, because he's very much taking him out of context. But yeah, there's the splash for the beginning.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that?
The aesthetic of Hila holding the camera on you in front of the computer.
That we love America and everything she stands for.
Okay, so...
Sure, there's plenty.
So, yeah, like, I mean, I'll just let it play so you can get a sense.
Endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union.
A greater union? Making America greater?
Not tearing it down. The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
Okay, so we got what I wanted to show, which is that he's kind of serious about that. So I had to look into this, like where this clip came from. There it is. That's the original. Okay. This is on the H3. This is on that same channel. This is on H3H3 Productions. Look at how Ethan is treated. So this song in the past.
Mom and Dad and apple pie, baseball games and picnics in July. Fireworks and marching bands, a pride that only freedom understands. That's America. That's America to me. Open arms and willing hands, giving just to help a fellow man.
So yeah, this is how I think. Yeah, I mean, like, this is on their channel. The original context is this, though.
America, can you cue up that song? There's an apple pie. Can you cue that up, Dan? Or I'll find it. I've got a medley that's gonna work really well. That's America.
So they found a guy on Reddit who takes a video of himself next to a hornet's or wasp's nest. I think it's a wasp's nest. And he grabs the wasp's nest, crushes it in his hand, and then shoves it in his mouth. And the first thing Ethan thinks of is, that's America.
Hang on, you guys, this is gonna be worth it. That's America to me. Mom and Dad and apple pie. I'm having trouble finding.
So yeah, they're 100% making fun of it, and that's why I don't get what we just watched, because I'm looking for the cues that, like, you know, he's kind of kidding about this.
The original. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't
anybody?
know what song you're
We
talking
literally
about.
just watched the EXE of it. Maybe I have a link to it here.
Oh, I think this was the EXE.
That's America.
Is this the... No.
That's America. Come on, no.
Oh, it is, yeah. Anybody know what an EXE is? Is this some kind of old school YouTube thing?
No, sir.
Nope.
What?
Don't know what you're talking
We literally didn't we just watch?
Yeah, we did with the America EXE.
Yeah.
that we
on this show?
ND says, what is next? Ethan's gonna join Dr. Phil on the immigration raids? No, but Asmongold will.
Oh, I don't pay attention to this show.
Snap. That's America.
Yeah, Jana, they still have Jimmy Lee in the button screen in the we'll be right back technical difficulties screen.
I can't type.
Bro, I cannot believe I can't find this. I'm so upset right now. Here it is.
There. What is it called?
That's America to me.
Well,
Okay.
That's what I typed, but I don't have all the letters.
Okay. Ready? Can we please do this? This is worth the wait. Okay, ready? I'm working on something, obviously. Oh my god, this is so difficult.
Mom and Dad and apple pie, baseball games and picnics in July.
Dude, what the fuck? It won't play the damn thing.
Fireworks and marching
There we go.
bands, a pride that only freedom understands.
There we go. Now we're talking.
You wanted him, bitch? Is that who you really wanted? You sure about
What the fuck?
There he is. There he is.
So now, as far as I know, this is old, edgy Ethan, and this is the context that that song was played, right?
That.
Anyway, you got the idea, right? That's where this comes from.
A pride that only
The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America.
Communism. That's the scary thing that's brewing in America. Not palingenetic ultranationalism, but communism. We are in big danger, chat, of communism taking hold.
That's America to me.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them.
You know, that's so funny. He's looking at Crenshaw. What's his name? The guy from the Texas Senator Crenshaw, Dan Crenshaw. He's looking at Dan Crenshaw, who is the guy that he debated and said, suggested that a brave mujahideen had intercoursed his eye out.
Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said.
What I mean is you almost got two edgy Hasan quotes in one.
and of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
So wait, as long as nobody calls me out for being yikes, I'm okay with Hasan saying that shit. But when people start saying, disagree, bro, to my Israel takes, my Gaza takes, then that's when I draw the line and I say, all right, no more forgiveness.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets
canceled. That's what he was gonna say, right?
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning
No, I mean, you know what he said, and you know why he paused it there, right? Because that kind of shit might not be okay to say on YouTube. Apparently, a few things in this video got his video age restricted, I think. And so he's had to blur them.
Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about...
Wait, I'm sorry. You thought Hasan was a Democrat? Did I hear that right? Oh, also, is that too much Seinfeld?
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic...
He presents himself as a left-leaning Democrat? You think Hasan presents himself as a left-leaning Democrat? He and Ethan joked about the eye-effing on Leftovers.
And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Now I can imagine him going over his video from today saying, and all of a sudden, my chat was filled with gender ideologists.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys
people
like
are
just-
looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
Like, it's so nice when you say successful. You know, we all want to be successful. But when that success means, like, controlling so much money that you have to invent all kinds of financial mechanisms in order to just use it to try to get more money, that kind of affects the rest of us. That affects the rest of us a lot. And when you're eyeing, like, our wages, trying to figure out ways that you can cut those wages, whether by firing some of us and forcing the rest to do the same amount of work, or whether by paying us less, eliminating regulations. Yeah, that's the problem. The perverse incentive. Their success comes at the expense of our ability to live even a basic life.
And then this happened.
And that's what always happens under capitalism, because it's accumulation. People think of capitalism as just like a system, and this is just kind of how this is going to be now. They're going to have this percentage of rich people, this percentage of upper middle class, like, right, that this is just a static thing, and it's not. It accumulates, it concentrates, it aggregates money upwards, ever upwards. And so the longer you let this system run, the more it changes, and it changes in a way where you've got less of what you need. And the people that have the capital have more than they could ever possibly need. But they need it. They need your shit anyway in order to make sure that they're still the top billionaire, trillionaire, whatever, quazillionaire.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist,
yeah,
what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
Look, the thing is that the party we have on the right is unnatural and astroturfed, and way more anti the needs of workers than any party just like organically arising out of a system where there's a firewall between money and politics. Now, you're never going to get a complete isolation. There's always going to be, you know, as long as you've got powerful people, they're going to have the ability to corrupt. But when you have less of a concentration of wealth, there's less that they can, that's harder for them to do. And when you have a firewall between money and politics, that's, you know, but yeah, under that kind of system, you'd have a party like the Democrats, and then you'd have a party that was more like a social democratic party, like a European social democratic party. That would be the organic discourse in American politics. The problem is that the very few are able to inject their ideology as the, one half of the political system, and really they kind of corrupt. They kind of touch both parties, right? So instead, you've got two versions of capitalism, competing when you should have an alternative.
Putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river.
I feel like we saw the other part of that one, and he's not, spoiler, he's not being serious about that. He does not think that Crimea belongs to Russia.
Annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet, these are their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay, I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about.
Okay, no, it's one thing to characterize the camps in Xinjiang as death camps, right? But watch where he goes next.
But it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
Oh my God. They would be able to procure organs, right? So in other words, he's saying that they were harvesting organs from people. This is actually from the Falun Gong. This is the claim that the homophobic cult that runs the Epoch Times and Shen Yun says that China was trying to do to them.
No, I'm telling you, they were in China with.
That one is like Shen Yun.
They're like,
Falun
we could
Gong.
get you an organ.
I watched a kind of wild documentary. The other thing about this is he sounds like Joe Rogan when he says that. There was this thing where there was doctors in the area, and somehow they were able to procure all kinds of organs that they would normally, there'd be a huge waiting list for. All of a sudden, all kinds of organs just became easy to get a transplant of, and it's just it's like a Roganite being and she put a piece of metal on her neck and it stuck there because she had become magnetic. Thanks to the vaccine. It's like that kind of shit.
But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how all the concentration camps have been closed now. All the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem...
He's being paid to do communist propaganda. Is that where we're going here? Is that what Ethan is suggesting?
Seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning, where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right?
Hasan's chat had been calling...
So yeah, he's not getting that the chat is not just so, I mean, he's going to show another example, right? The chat is responding to what Ethan is saying right then and there.
A Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going
Oh my god, how do you get away with that much curb?
fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason.
Yeah, bringing your name up for no fucking reason versus talking about Ethan when he's on your stream, saying shit that they just don't agree with, that sounds gross to them. And in a time where there is a movement, there's a momentum towards the justification of the mass killing of people in Gaza.
That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do. Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
Yeah, I don't think he gets it, WB. Also, he's gonna get me demonetized, chat. I should have just skipped it.
Where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
So this is the problem with Ethan. In his mind, certain acts by certain people justify this apartheid system being the form of a two-state solution that he supports, which is the status quo. Status quo is an apartheid system. So the actions of some people in Yemen justify calling Rashid a terrorist, right? It's just like, and that in this case, the statement of one person at a protest invalidates the entire movement. This is.
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the.
He's not downplaying it. He's saying that, yes, horrible actions don't justify fucking genocide.
Other part of this problem.
That's what you have to get if you want to stand against what's happening, which obviously Ethan had no interest in. Like, he can virtue signal all he wants, say he's on the side of the Palestinians, he believes in Palestinian rights, whatever the fuck he wants to say. You can't fucking take him seriously when he's got fucking Hasbro coming out of his mouth at the time where people are being slaughtered.
That many people that can't contend with. Like,
every time people keep on saying Red Scare, and I get what you're saying, you mean that he's doing like anti-communist, like McCarthyist shit. Every time you say that, I think of the Red Scare girls.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. The Palestinian
yeah, again, when you got a people under assault being held in an open prison camp, and especially when your government is literally trying to empower these very groups that you're complaining about, the acts of Hamas do not invalidate the fucking human rights of people in Gaza. And if that was true, then the very same argument, even more so, could be made at Israeli citizens. And, I know Ethan doesn't want that. So it's just like, he doesn't get it that the thing that's making his mind work this way is racism. That's what's doing it. That's what's the reason that there's this, dissonance in his thought process is because of racism. His justification for this is rape. Well, I mean, like, look at that. Like, sorry about the rapes is what it says. We're not perfect. Oh my God. So this is like the Lincoln Riley thing. You talk about something really horrible that happened, and then you just like bulldoze your opponent into submission of like, therefore we need to invalidate people, like jurisprudence in the case of the Lincoln Riley Act. In this case, therefore we're going to justify genocide. Because we're gonna see the, and before we even know if these acts took place or if they, like many other claims very early on after October 7th, turn out to be propagandistic and not supported by facts. Hasan never denied that sexual violence happened likely during October 7th. It's just that the official story that was put forward was based on an attempt to move the needle on what was going to be accepted as a reaction from Israel.
Distance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if they're suffering.
That's not where the bias is, right? That's not, like if you've got a car and you're learning to drive it and you're trying to keep it between the shoulder and the middle line, right? Your problem is not being too close to caring about, Palestinians and not Israelis. Your problem is that all of the concern that is, being expressed in journalism by our politicians is towards Israelis, and very little concern seems to be directed towards Palestinians.
On the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that I am in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should...
And again, in this context that we're dealing with, a two-state solution looks a lot like apartheid.
Just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter.
Okay, so there we go. Dissolve its borders, and what does it happen? Hamas gets to enter. This is fucking Hasbara. Like, this is one form of it when we conflate the Palestinians with Hamas. And again, part of the reason that a militant group has gained such prominence is the way that Gaza is being treated as an open-air prison. That gives power to a group that's going to be more violent. That is literally how that fucking works. And it's on purpose. This is the group that's meant to be empowered, because this is the group that justifies whatever the fuck Netanyahu and his war cabinet want to do to the Palestinian people.
Israel unrestrained.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews...
And it doesn't make sense that there would be some distrust by Palestinians? This is the whole thing. It's like you can tell... You can tell what he's missing. And when you ask yourself, why is he missing that? Why is he not able to see that? It's because he's coming at it from a racist perspective. He's coming at it with a good guys and bad guys mentality.
As an ethnic minority in Israel would not be safe. After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come...
And so we're creating more refugees. And literally, that's Trump's... That's the plan that Trump has been discussing. And that... God. Like, they're talking about... Trump's talking about trying to get countries to take in Palestinians. They're trying to reduce the population of Palestine after they've already reduced the population of Palestine by killing tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people.
From Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more.
And what happened in that war? Again, you're dealing with a cause and an effect, but he won't say what the cause was.
Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea.
Jews lived alongside Muslims before. There. And it's not like they just naturally attack one another. And yeah, Jews lived as an ethnic minority in that area for a long time under the Ottoman Turks and then under the British, right? And then, you know, that was when all these events were set into motion by the Nakba.
Idea. Here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews...
Those same people? So Ethan's going to call Frogan out for using they later on? But the way that Ethan is thinking about them being what? Like all the world's Muslims? And then... like
Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state. And considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots, they're monsters, they're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion.
My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're...
This is such a weird interaction.
Wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's sad.
There.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist,
bro.
Man.
Look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Wait a minute. Okay, no, this is actually... Yo, wow. Did we just enter a time capsule, chat? This style of editing... Like, this is old YouTube. Like, I've seen, like, older YouTube videos that have this kind of editing. It just seems kind of out of place in 2025. I don't know.
These coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro! I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you.
Yeah, Hasan doesn't even look like he's trying to have this interaction.
You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay.
The funny thing about me, I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad.
Do I need to say it, chat? What he's not recognizing is that if you're going to define a terrorist as somebody who does terrorism, there's a whole group of terrorists that you are just not seeing because they have military uniforms on.
What is terrorism?
And they are an ally of the United States.
It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Did your co-host go on a night raid to go get some terrorists, to go arrest some to go fucking pull people out of their homes? Because I believe your other co-host did.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
A lot of DGG clips in here.
I don't have.
Your audio is choppy too. Try reloading. If your audio is choppy, reload. Let's see if that helps. Because it doesn't show. It's not showing up on my side, chat. Anybody else got choppy audio? Try reloading if that's the case. And try hitting that like button while you're at it, because it helps me out a lot.
I have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then
all it takes is a Russian accent, or I don't think it's actually a Russian accent in a Ukopnik's case, but you can see how Ethan is gonna read this. We catch them while they're young. Just
start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety nets.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he...
I mean, would you like it better if he was like, no, we could have a workers' revolution tomorrow. We could storm the whatever and seize the means, and we could
Joshua Kell super chatted $5. None of this is about finding the truth. It's all about how Ethan feels. He is no different than Crowder or Paul.
Yeah. Very, very reactionary in that way, almost in a literal sense. Narwhal, I don't know what's going on with the throne page. I don't see anything that seems like it's... Is there like a link there or something that doesn't work?
He is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
for the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm
you
a
that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then, I want to
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
The page is just blank white? Oh, weird.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Okay, so yeah, like these are moments where when he says liberals are incredibly, what did he say? Like they're basically easy to trick or something?
A left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals
and turning them against me. It's all about you.
Some of the easiest to manipulate people.
Easiest to manipulate the people. So now there's two ways that, like, we're just seeing a little clip here. There's two ways you could imagine this, right? Either Hasan is saying, I love manipulating liberals. It's my favorite thing. They're so dumb. They're putty in my hands. I just love manipulating them with my pipeline and my, you know, or he could be saying that he's seeing like liberals get manipulated to right-wing positions, which is, you know, if you've watched Hasan, more likely what he's actually saying.
People on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude.
Liberals are the most like scummy, vile, fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated?
That means he's gonna manipulate you. Was I being manipulated? Was I the stupid liberal that he was manipulating? Oh my god. Narwhal, I checked and it looks like I can see, like I can open my page. I don't know what's going on.
This whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And
there we go. I'm the one who made him big.
For that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. So
he really has it in his brain that Hasan, chat, I've seen this kind of paranoia before, and actually not from like a large streamer like Ethan, from somebody closer to my own size, right? Like, and yeah, like, I mean, Hasan is on a upswing and he's on a downswing. But it's just, it blows my mind that he is so paranoid that he thinks he's like literally like this is an evil communist plot. He came in, he radicalized my audience. This is the Pied Piper shit. I always joke around or not joke about this. I mean, it feels like what Jank is trying to say when he complains about the likes of the Majority Report and Silly and Billy. He thinks they're stealing his audience. You know, Sam said that one thing to him about Jimmy Dore, that it's worthwhile to do videos on Jimmy Dore to try to, you know, claw back some of that audience and make them see what's wrong with Jimmy. And, you know, Jink got it in his head that that's what Sam is doing to him. And now Ethan's basically, wow. This is just a bad place. This is a bad mental place to be. A bad paranoid place that he's in.
Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened.
Oh my gosh.
It got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation after mainstreaming someone like Hasan to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing we've
as
been hearing
nothing
for weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
A
is
simple
that the
man
left
who understands
needs a Joe
right
Rogan?
from wrong.
Yeah.
I
You're an
sometimes
important,
that that's all that
influential
matters.
voice to a lot of.
Thank you for the throne contribution, Narwhal.
I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And there are some things
I've gotten numb to criticism like this. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut the fuck up, bloodthirsty, violent Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Chad, do you think Ethan made that part? Is it? I mean, the editing is so bad, but I kind of don't think that was Ethan. I don't think that part was Ethan. I don't think that Ethan, I mean, there's no way. He commissioned some animation, right?
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring.
Thank you to ExpressVPN. Now, after I've blown you up, here's where it gets extra super duper crazy and conspiratorial, says Vadim. Let's do a
Sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your location. Let's
ethical react
with this power.
Just kidding.
Which location connect to? You go to ExpressVPN. Now back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
Check this out. Do you see that back there? Now, somebody was telling me they thought Kaya's face had... Sasha K, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Axdroptimus, you just got weaseled. Tara Lara Farah, you just got weaseled. Emily Wood, you just got weaseled. Chrissy Henderson, you just got weaseled. Jessica May, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. FTW all day says Hasan was talking about liberal media in those clips. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, so this picture right here, right? Now, how I take this is that, and this is the only thing I'm giving, Joe, this is the only joke I'm giving Ethan credit on, right? I think the joke here is that they have a cutout of Hasan with Kaya, and that the employees are supposed to come in and get their pictures taken get their pictures taken as Hasan's dog. Like that's the joke, I think. I think that's where he's going with that one. Horrible audio editing.
At Twitch headquarters.
I would get my picture taken as Kaya. That would be awesome.
The executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you. Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity.
Can you imagine this guy trying to do stand-up? Like, he thinks he's doing stand-up. He thinks he's cooking.
Not tap this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting.
Terrorism, that's where the money is. Now, look, at one point, like, I've seen people bring this up, that certain aspects of Islamophobia at the moment are starting to take on the characteristics of anti-Semitism. Some of the portrayals, some of the tropes that are used against Muslim people are like shockingly similar to anti-Semitic tropes. I feel like our friend Ethan is onto one here. You know, those Muslims, they sure do have a lot of money. And I bet they'll pay an American Twitch streamer to support terrorism, right? This fucking whole theory, this just like complete conspiracy theory. Also, Several Wolves, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for covering this. Vox indeed, okay.
Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy.
Wait, isn't that the confetti that happens when when a super chat goal gets hit? I think isn't that YouTube? That's like YouTube confetti. Oh yeah, wait. I think it is.
This dude can package anti-Semitic.
YouTube has this little confetti explosion that they give you on your if you make a video and it's like the #1 video out of the last 10, it gives you this little confetti splash when you open the screen.
And anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about.
See what I'm saying? Am I wrong about this, chat? Does his does his Islamophobia have some weirdly anti-Semitic characteristics to it? You see what I'm saying? Like this whole thing about like, yeah, all this money hanging out there in Qatar, I bet they're paying you. I bet they are paying you good for that. I don't know. There's something about this that's starting to take an all too familiar flavor.
I'm talking about Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're, go ahead, he knows, freedom fighters.
You want to know where that term comes from? You want to know where that term entered the American lexicon? A country called Afghanistan was invaded by the Soviet Union. The American intelligence agencies were able to recruit some assets in the area and arm them with things like rocket-propelled grenades in order to shoot down the Soviet helicopters. These people were called Mujahideen, and they included none other than Osama bin Laden. That is where Freedom Fighter came about, when there was a question about the people that the US was arming, and the State Department line was like, oh no, they're freedom fighters. Mujahideen. Am I pronouncing it wrong? It's because anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism inherent in anti-communist propaganda from the 20th century. Oh, interesting. He's using an incel meme he adapted to be Islamophobic. But yeah, I mean, the United States is famous for this shit. We're finding freedom fighters who we arm and then experience blowback from. Saddam Hussein was working with the United States to you know, when Iran was the target. And yeah, you know, it's just like so many of America's current enemies are people that the U.S. propped up prior and called freedom fighters. And when they're against us, when they're with us, they're called freedom fighters. When they're against us, they are called terrorists. That's how adaptable you are. Unintentionally exposing this whole racket.
Guys, we are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan,
not as many. You know what else isn't perfect? Israel's human rights record. Yeah.
You know socialism didn't buy you that car.
That's such a wild thing to say. And this is where he's just not willing to look. This is where he wants to talk about being anti-terrorism, and he's not seeing where the majority of the terrorism is actually coming from.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit, really. Abort is the symbol of the capitalist excess.
Yes, that's right. Stalin hated fancy things.
You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist?
That was what being a socialist was about. Who could have the drabbest colors on there?
Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Or that designer dog.
This breed's stunning.
Okay, so this is the Hasan's dog is expensive. Can anybody explain to me what are we talking about? Why we're looking at a picture of a chow?
Chow chows
Oh,
shed
fuck
all
no.
year-
Very cute, by the way. But those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political...
Wait, is he saying chows are expensive? I don't understand. Carlin had a joke that was basically what you just said about freedom fighters and terrorists.
Political streamer.
I wish I could get away with... Can I get away with watching Carlin?
On our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the U.S. Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, though. They're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? You can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. The prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes.
I love how he acts like it's so I mean, just look at him. Just look at him. Clearly a terrorist. He's of fighting age. He's, you know, Yemeni. He's anti-Israel. Yeah, clearly a terrorist.
And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius.
You could send me that clip. I just don't know if YouTube will let me get away with.
We have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America. Curse upon the Jews. That's right.
That's the jolly.
You know, chat, you know what I would hate, chat? If people put on everything that the United States, even just is currently doing, let alone everything the United States has done. If everywhere I went in the world, all that shit was put on me, right? Like, oh, you come from the United States, so clearly you're a fucking monster. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's how Americans.
Of this man here. None of.
But I just love like everything about Yemen, everything about Ansar Allah. We are gonna put on this guy, on this kid. We're gonna put this all on. He believes in all this shit. But I mean, I guess if Ethan is, you know, forgotten that his ironic patriotism used to be ironic.
Now I gotta finish the opportunity. This guy gets pegged for sure. Sorry.
What the fuck?
Go along, Gila. Another lyric. Come on, everybody. Sing along, damn it. That's America.
Where did they get this guy? But yeah, I mean,
than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys, and let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect.
the thing is, like, every country has its hogs. Yemen, Israel, the United States of America, and you know, you're gonna have social conservatism. You're gonna have it more in a country where people do not have their basics, are not able to take care of their basic needs.
The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get
You
them.
can see how that empowered our hogs who currently control the government. Yeah, of all the people to be like looking at fucking, you know, Yemen and being like, oh, look at these backwards hogs. Look at these fuckers. Oh, look at these. You know, it's like, you live in the United States of fucking America.
If you want to know where on the political spectrum
We come from the country where those bombs that Israel's using on kids in Gaza are you know, come from.
take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated.
Oh, I want to take a look at this, right? This shit is hilarious. TMZ is right in the middle. That's hilarious. Okay, so what is the up and down? Thorough fact-based reporting or fact-dense analysis? Mix of facts reporting, analysis, and simple fact reporting. Analysis or wide variation of reliability, opinion, or... Useful idiots is there too. What is this last one? Boing boing? Chat, what the fuck is boing boing? It says it's on the left and it's selective, incomplete, unfair, persuasion, and propaganda. The Club Random is centrist, but it's propaganda. Nice. Joe Rogan Experience, a little to the right, but rated as propaganda. Pod Save America to the left, but opinion wide variation in reliability. Oh, look at it. It rates CBN. That is the religious broadcasting network that was owned by, I don't know if it was owned, but it was like associated with Pat Robertson. That's the Bible News. And it is rated as being pretty strongly to the right, but it's given analysis, wide variation in reliability, which is a lot higher than things that you would think would not. They were pretty kind to CBN. They're pretty kind to Fox News. Fox News is doing better. Look at that. Better than Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone is too biased, but Fox News totally. OAN is, oh my God. Anyway, I'm sorry, chat. I just wanted to take a look at this. Monsanto News? What the fuck is Monsanto News? Is that... Does Monsanto have a news outlet?
Extreme left wing untrustworthy media source on the internet.
Tony Michaels? Who's that? And then I can't tell the last one.
To give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel...
Wait, but why, Vadim, why do you think they put it on news? They were like raiding news outlets, supposedly.
Forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little...
They put Barstool on the left? They put Hartman, the Hartman report, and a low spot, too?
The Houthis Yemen have. Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very...
You know what else is not great? The prisons and warehousing facilities that that Palestinians are kept in, often without charge.
Some flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to...
Okay, maybe we can't have that on the thing.
Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist.
Somebody was telling me earlier that Ethan found ways to do new kinds of anti-Semitism in this video, or like he reproduced anti-Semitism, and I was like, I wonder what they're talking about, but yeah, there we go.
For saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
How did this thing stay monetized?
Thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor in to what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because like that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they.
Wait, now I think if I remember correctly, this next clip that they're gonna show, Twitch does not like to have it played.
They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing by.
Okay, we're gonna have to.
Does not allow comments of violating such content. Denouncing, okay, but extremist actors. For example, displaying or surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda, even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for terrorism?
What do you mean a music?
No, they're like...
When you said music video, I'm expecting like, bad example, Chris Brown dancing, you know?
No. They do like they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shoot. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call...
Again, you're talking about another resistant, you're talking about another like militant group, you know, very much empowered by their opposition to the, you know, to the Saudi military actions in Yemen.
Call it music.
Supported again, as some people in chat are pointing out, by the allies of the Saudis, the United States.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Yeah,
guys, let's just use our brains.
Unfortunately, Twitch does not see it that way. Like, right? Twitch got spooked by I don't remember who it was, probably Destiny or Dan, that spread that clip around.
On the roof. Wicked. Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they...
Okay, this one too, I think they... God, we're getting kind of... Okay, now he's wrong about this one though. So the ship's registered owner is Galaxy Maritime. We're talking about the Galaxy Leader here, a company registered on the Isle of Man. Its flag state is Bahamas at the time of seizure. The ship was chartered by a Japanese shipping company, which is known as NYK Line. Galaxy Maritime Limited is owned by the Isle of Man ship. They're leaving out that part of the ownership is, in fact, is...
Pentaxenst, super chatted $10. Israel uses 2,000 hash bombs with the same restraint Ethan uses Ozempic.
Oh no. Thank you for the super chat, Pentaxenstein. Fiddler on the Roof was made to highlight the pogrom Hamas did in Eastern Europe. What? Okay. It's not against TOS, stuff like that. Yeah, on YouTube. We're also on Twitch. So here's the deal. Twitch got a lot of pressure over this stuff. And because of that, at least the video, the Yemeni musical video, right, is something that they have clarified that they do not want people watching. So specifically because, and I don't remember if the Galaxy Maritime boarding, I mean, you've seen this video, right? A helicopter lands on the Galaxy Leader. People get out with guns. They go to the captain and the deck, I guess, whatever it's called, and they take those people prisoner, and they seize the ship. Right, so that's what's here. But what Ethan is missing is that this ship actually does have a connection to Israel, and he's going to dispute the fact that Hasan's, saying that the Yemeni were doing this to block cargo from getting to Israel, and pointing out that that particular ship was going from Turkey to India. And so, but yeah, what he's missing is that it actually was, it did have a connection to Israel, one of the owners or investors, I believe, and the hostages on the ship, which Ethan is going to say they're still missing. He's wrong about that. The hostages were returned actually slightly after the ceasefire was signed in Gaza. So, he's wrong about that too. And also you see that it is literally connected to the events that were going on in Gaza, getting the hostages back, the Israeli hostages, and getting these hostages back from Yemen was contingent on a ceasefire. And you can see a lot of what is being done is being done in, as a foreign policy agenda of wanting to stop the the carnage in Gaza. Not that not that Ansar Allah is not is like the moral paragon or something, but in this case we are the baddies. We and our allies are the baddies.
Owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat.
Oh my God! He's wrong. He's straight up wrong. I looked this up today. I took a look. There was a AP article on how they just brought the they just freed the crew of the boat.
Boats' owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health.
He's just wrong on everything. And it took me like 5 minutes. It took me like 5 minutes to find out where these, you know, where the ship's crew was currently, and they are back where they came from.
Whereabouts or anything.
That lines up with leftist values.
Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also—
Wait, Peter Coffin mentioned what 2 days in a row?
A lie. It happened in international waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
Really driving home that conspiracy theory.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah.
I don't know why he said that on Piers Morgan. Like, I think that he's trying to make the point that, like, everything that you use to convince people with is propaganda technically, and so he's just like owning it. But
yeah,
obviously that's not how it's not how Piers Morgan is going to take it. It's not how Ethan is going to take it.
They're flexing. What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous.
You're really interpreting the fuck out of what Hasan said there.
But as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, they take it over, they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship.
Okay, we gotta...
Like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, you know, we got no problems with you, you know, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, you know, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry.
Again, January 23rd.
Guys, Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, well, you know, we got no problems with you, you know, but you're coming with us.
This is a 3-minute video of what do you do in music video? When you say music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Wow, this is really a moment. Chad, are you feeling the emotional impact of Ethan's artistic and evocative style? I love that zooming in on the blurred pixels. That's my favorite part. Yeah, more Seinfeld music, right?
Jin Zhao super chatted $9.99. Please brainwash my Ethan brainrot with Francesca bonus content and thanks.
For Francesca. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the super chat, Jen. The fuck?
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah. And I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, you know? But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like, I just, and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers.
Oh my god.
I was like, okay.
All I remember from Tim and Eric is the guy that makes the D pants. They're like pants specifically designed to like for people who have diarrhea. I don't know.
Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a
Somehow you have to get your teeth taken out to wear them. It's bizarre. Yeah, it's
a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after. Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page.
yeah. No, he just. You're right, Rooster Rick. He just chugified them. Get chuged.
That's crazy. Click it, dude. Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hasan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
The Good Doctor. Yeah, that's right.
Dingus Gambit.
Wait, is this going to be called propaganda? I don't know, chat. I just want to avoid any controversy. Okay, this is definitely propaganda.
That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Oh yeah, okay. No, I gotta at least roll it back to where Hasan says.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this?
Wait, who's conflating? Who's conflating Jews with Zionists now? I don't think it's Hasan.
That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, are we really doing this? We're doing that's 2013, isn't it? This is like 420 Blaze It shit.
You got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. Israel been real quiet since.
Got Super Hot Fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got
Ethan not beating the boomer allegations. This is digital boomerism.
Houthis been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Yeah, this video is a time capsule. It really does come to us from another time. Are those even Israelis? I don't know. Again, Ethan seems to be conflating a lot of things that in a way that if somebody else was doing it, I'd call anti-Semitic.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Tim Houthi.
Yeah, exactly, Lorelei. That's what I was saying. It would be, this would be fire in 2014.
Because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. We love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell them that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, "Why are you doing that?" What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just having we're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost...
Again, the thing that's wrong here that you can see going on is Ethan's brain just being like magnetically attached to, you know, painting the Yemeni kid as a terrorist. Just like that's where he's going. Nothing is going to get in his way. Nothing is going to stop him. He is definitely he's definitely out there. He's an op.
Asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he
just jumps to that conclusion without any necessary evidence.
Caught with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him. Yeah.
So I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced.
What is he even saying when he says that Timothy, that his name is not Timothy, that Rashid is a Houthi? Like, is he saying that he is like ideologically in line with Ansar Allah? Is he saying, or is he saying that he's in the army? Because like that's when you say a Houthi, that's what that means, right? You're saying he's in the. Oh yeah, and I feel like somebody did some research on this and found out that, you know, when you look into who the Houthis are, who they allow, you know, to be one of them, right? It is a group of people that is, frankly, Rashid would be excluded from, based on his origins, right? It's like his family, right? It's just not even.
Probably at gunpoint to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews.
Yeah, if you find yourself in a place where you don't need any proof to believe that a Yemeni kid is a Houthi, then you got to ask yourself, have I got brainworms?
And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece?
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that cough like accidental, incidental? Like, what was? Did he just include the cough or no? I mean, I know he's been sick and stuff. I just would have thought that would have gotten cut out. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that people around the world need to realize that people in Yemen are on some level just like you. This is, this is what allows these kinds of, like, the kind of genocide that was enacted on Yemen to go forward. Is this detachment from people based on stereotypes.
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fuck.
So he's calling this a retcon. It sounds like to me that after talking to him, Hasan ascertained that he was not a Houthi. I don't think he actually knew when they were bringing him on. He was just like, so Hasan found out about this guy because there was a TikTok, and it's him getting on a boat and going out to the Galaxy Leader. And my understanding is it's been turned into somewhat of a tourist attraction. So it's like pay $1, ride the little boat out to the big boat and see the, the ship that they've seized.
Call him.
But that doesn't mean that he's in the fucking, it doesn't mean he's in the Navy there.
You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
All right, let's just take Hasan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up.
All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" The meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut.
What? Oh, this is what people are talking about when they said, Ethan, it was like, he just put a slur in Hasan's mouth. A slur that I'm pretty sure Hasan does not say. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even catch that when I watched through this the first time.
Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is...
And that's how soldiers tweet, That's how you know somebody's a soldier. That's how you know somebody's in the armed forces, when they're like showing a picture of themselves with a gun and they're like, I want to put this in your...
Clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire.
Wait. Is that who I think it is next to Rashid?
That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even
Again, you see the conflation.
a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked, piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving propaganda.
So yeah, there we go. He's making his own anti-Semitic, I don't know, propaganda? Like, what the fuck was that?
For some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets. What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you platformed him, do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
Yeah, he's doing a
All of you, dude. I do. I really do.
He's doing a little bit of a Rabbi Shmuley.
Hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like, focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about...
There literally was, like this is not a controversial thing. What happened in Yemen has been declared a genocide. This is...
fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing
while
the
we're
propaganda
having this
for.
conversation, 3,000 Pierce, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredible...
Yeah, like I'm saying before, there's so much abstraction here. Like Hasan's trying to bring it back to the concrete realities, and Ethan wants to abstract this out into this whole...
incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone is afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Piers Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just...
That's the problem with Piers, right? He's always too amenable towards a pro-Palestinian viewpoint.
a fucking stenographer. You're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
Wait a minute. Is that Hasan's like apartment? This is old.
Nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it
to sidestep any criticism?
What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay.
Well, yeah, he literally turned it into an MTG card.
Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
Here's the whole thing, though. If somebody in Anne Frank's position had decided to take up arms and, you know, against the Germans, would you blame them? And if somebody, you know, did, you know, violence not just against German military assets, but against German citizens, would you put it on the same level as what the Germans were doing to the Jews at the time? What they were doing to... That's what you're missing. It's not a perfect, in fact, it's a pretty, I don't know. But it's, I mean, that's the point I think that Hasan was trying to make.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other
Now you're putting rape on this kid? Wow.
way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn
That's definitely from DGG.
interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends.
He kind of did, right? Like, if you assume what Ethan is assuming about this kid, then you would think that the question that he asked when he's like, were you aware that, you know, Jewish people in America are some of the leaders in the protests against what's happening in Gaza? You know, if he's who you think he is, if he's like a dyed-in-the-wool Houthi that takes to heart like everything, you know, on the flag and is anti-Semitic, then, you know, that would have been a hard question. And it turns out that he was he wasn't, you know, he didn't react badly to that question, maybe because he's not who you think he is.
In the north, it's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described.
I feel like he's oversimplifying the Hezbollah actions in regards to Syria.
as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian.
Has he blocked comments yet? Doesn't seem like it. People are saying that he's removed some comments.
Genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money."
Yeah, so he's finding anti-Semitic quotes from this guy that I'm not sure Twitch will allow me to show, but he's found some choice terms, and then he's going to show Hasan. My understanding is that this is... There's more to this clip, isn't there?
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. Listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you.
He's saying that it's surprising that, you know, it's possible to hold really bad viewpoints and viewpoints that are, in his words, based on other matters.
By a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. Knowledge. And also, ultimately, he is, regarded as a pretty...
Where is he getting these other clips?
Brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree.
Yeah, the universality of hogs.
With his attitude overall.
And the fact that like the conditions that people are dealing with in Lebanon, including the multiple invasions from Israel, are going to empower socially conservative forces, just like what we're dealing with right now in the United States.
In terms of like, his social,
those are old YouTube lore
opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim, okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hezbollah literally sprung up as a resistance to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon.
Retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that?
Oh shit, is he using the Hasanabi AI? Is this the thing that they did the thing where real life Destiny raps against AI Hasan?
What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is.
And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group and performed over 100 suicide bombings, steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires?
And let's be real, these guys clearly...
There we go. There we go. We're into this conspiracy theory of big Hamas money going to Hasan Piker somehow. Did he also say that communism was paying Hasan Piker? Like the CCP is cutting him a check?
They are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar.
That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They're killed, they're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them.
Didn't they shoot, like, preferentially the people that were involved in the negotiations? Wasn't there several, like, point people for the negotiations, which of course Israel entered into in the best of faith, and of course the Biden administration did all they could to compel their ally to coming to a peaceful solution and getting those hostages back like they said they wanted to.
Is this Hasan again? Hasan defended Hamas?
Yeah, when you kill your negotiator, I love how he's bragging about that.
Seriously? Okay.
We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English.
Goodbye. Welcome.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't feel like I have enough context to understand what's happening in this.
That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're going to be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
Dude, okay, I'm going to be honest. This is some crazy PR.
So wait, it's somebody being like let go of? It's like a hostage being let go of? Is that what we're seeing?
They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. she's gonna miss their hospitality. Like,
I mean, there's a reason that there's not anesthesia or painkillers in Gaza. That this has been reported on. Like, what the fuck? This is not something that that you can say, you know, is being withheld by her captors. This is something that was not available in the area, seemingly purposefully.
Like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next way they're gonna be like,
He's watched on Dinim's stream. Dinims thinks that he's lying and blacked out the video specifically to make it look worse. That he didn't actually get claimed for that.
actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way.
Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifle.
Oh, so he's gonna show Hasan eating chicken and not responding for like a minute and 30 seconds. And then when he does...
Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's gonna talk.
That's crazy.
He's done it again. We love you.
We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny.
He doesn't understand. Yeah, he really doesn't understand what he's saying. If you don't connect Manifest Destiny, it's literally like the colonial imperative of Israel. Like they greater Israel. That's what that is. It's like the same idea. And it's not that far off from Lebensraum.
Right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? What the fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really...
No, you're just incapable of understanding. If you're interested in this stuff, if you want to talk about this stuff, if you want to have an informed opinion, then just please know what the fuck you're talking about, because there's reasons that you're so wrong on so many things. And yes, some of it's racism, but some of it is straight up ignorance too.
He's saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it.
Okay, fine. He likes Hamas, he watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
The systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival.
Yeah, so the story behind this is that Hasan has said that sexual violence very likely happened on October 7th in any kind of military conflict, like it is likely to happen. But that the examples that we'd been given in the official account had not been verified. And indeed, as time went on, there were so many claims, like the 40 babies, remember? These things that they throw out there just sound just horrible. And like, I mean, how can you argue against what somebody wants to do against somebody who killed 40 babies, right? Well, until it turns out that they didn't. And, this description of systematic, this kind of systematic violence that was given was another thing that was being used to justify what was about to go on in Gaza.
Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again, because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence.
He's taking it as an article of faith that the first official report on what happened was correct. And also taking it as if these are, victims that have come forward with their story, their account of what happened to them. This is not that, right? This is
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot, obviously.
Gam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped.
See, the thing is, believe all women, there's not a first-person account. Believe all women is talking about first-person accounts, not state reporting from the organization that's about to go into Gaza and level it.
Her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days, though only 17 years.
Yeah, Zaka is the organization that goes out there first, right? And that's where some of these reports are coming from. And it's very
old. She witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar.
Again, we're really taking him out of context, right? As if he's saying it doesn't matter. It does not matter. I don't care. Right? That's not what he's saying. He's saying it doesn't fucking justify collective punishment of a people.
Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Yeah, although Ethan has not learned that lesson of history.
On October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hasan.
But he's acting like the inflection point is to allow Israel to go as hard as it wants on Hamas, meaning the Palestinian people, and that is the way to a solution. And what that does, and the United States has admitted this, the actions in Gaza have caused as much recruitment, have enabled as much recruitment by Hamas as members of Hamas who Israel has killed. They have literally, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It causes more violence down the line and more repression. And really what the idea is that the Israeli government wants this, wants the violence, wants the rockets, wants the whatever, so that they will have a reason to go in and further dispossess the Palestinian people. This is the game that this particular form of settler colonialism has been playing since its inception.
Lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
So yeah, give up to the Israeli IDF. You know, just give in to them, and then the problem will be solved. No, nobody react to resist. Nobody join any, militant organization, and that should be easy. Just like the whole group of people has got to agree as a monolith, which they're not, which no group of people is, and it's kind of racist to think so. It has to agree as a monolith, just not resist in any possible way, and then all of the good things will come. Everything will be
space for conversation. There's no.
He's backwards. He's backwards, right? If you want to disempower, militant organizations, then the best thing to do is back off of the imposed apartheid, back off of the, treating of Gaza as a fucking prison, and stop using what you've done to them in the past as a justification to do worse stuff to them in the future, because you know where the fuck that leads.
No space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hasan is. And to him and
which one is it? You just said that he supported terrorism. You just said that he was a communist. You just said that he's like America bad. Wait, what? He just said I'm just 5% of difference with Hasan Piker. It's like when I want to appeal to, like, I shouldn't be yelled at by people. I am also woke. I am also pro-Palestinian. We're just 5% different. But then when you want to damn Hasan and cancel Hasan because you're paranoid that he took your audience, which he didn't. You were losing your audience. You were losing your audience before he came along. You were losing your audience after he came along. Did some people maybe go from being Fupa Troopas, from being Ethan Klein fans to being Hasanabi heads? Maybe so, but if so, it was because of your own fucking actions. You did this to yourself, not Hasan.
community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Yeah, it doesn't. He's letting us see a little bit more of it. I think it's a change the dynamic even this much. I think that what he's saying is that, like, it doesn't justify genocide. That's all he's saying. That should be an easy thing for somebody that is in any way liberal or cares about, the Palestinian people. That should be an easy thing to accept. That no amount of, this shit happened, this shit happened, this shit happened should justify collective punishment.
God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. What is this?
And now let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course.
What a cheap edit. He really couldn't have done better than that? Or is this just old school YouTube style?
I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan.
Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hasan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the...
Krem, I would say that tying yourself inexorably to somebody who has been exposed as a predator in his own community, I would say that that is backfiring. I think I understated it.
Status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, we got some Diddy G fingerprints all over this hit piece.
Bro, we're never...
And that's all it is it's a way to launder a discredited, toxic community that nobody wants to have anything to do with, including the fucking former orbiters who are leaving in droves. Like, right? These castles are burning, and they're trying to ship out the fucking dossier on Hasan. They're trying to smuggle out the Hamasabi website and its contents and get it to be repackaged and be like, oh, look, a totally new thing that no one's ever fucking seen before. Oh, these charges haven't been refuted. This hasn't been disproven. This isn't the same fucking shit that we've seen 1,000 times.
Eating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Is it 20K subs now?
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday.
Force them. Oh my God, I've never seen a place before, in a workplace, where people are gathered together and they sing happy birthday to someone. That's completely unique. Wow, can you imagine what an authoritarian atmosphere that must be? You know, I heard in some places, chat, they send around a birthday card and they tell you should sign it. You should sign the birthday card for your coworker.
For Hasan Piker, how humiliating is that? There's also...
He's never seen an office birthday? I mean, I guess, I don't know. Is he maybe never seen an office? I don't know.
Small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay.
He was watching female streamers. What the fuck? You got him. You got him. Mercury Shadow, you got us. Never mind. I changed my mind. Dan Clancy bad. Hasan bad.
There.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also...
Okay.
Okay.
What were you doing with your pants there?
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross.
I mean, I gotta say, this isn't something he was trying to hide. Right? This isn't like something that he's like, oh shit, I got my Coomer material here. Let me switch phones or something, which he definitely could have done if he wanted to.
You're a creep. But what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch and you get caught with the fucking... You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife.
You didn't ask a question? No, you changed my mind, Mercury. I now see America good. And Israel good by extension, yeah. It's America's ally.
We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay.
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians.
She has zero talent.
Wait, what? What are we exposing here?
Buy some rope.
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading.
I would respect Ethan more if he just said he hated Arabs and went along with his day. Wait, what is he exposing here? I mean, she's being sarcastic to him. I don't get it. What is this supposed to show me? Woman impolite? Is that what it is? She's a rude woman. She's talking back. I don't know. Remember how Ethan was when Olivia talked back?
She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know.
It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is, so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer.
Poor Ludwig. Poor innocent Ludwig.
Donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where like 95% of people feel good and are down for it.
See, here's the thing. Ludwig's donating this money ostensibly because he wants to take a stand. Because he knows right from wrong, and, you know, he wants to support the people at the, you know, other end of that military action going on. And it's like, that's your, you know, if that's what you want to do, do it. But instead, he kind of has to do this thing where he's like, look, it's not for everybody. I mean, I'm donating my money. You can too. But I'm not telling you you should do that if you think that, I don't know. It's just like,
regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here.
It's just kind of shitty. It's more about I think it's more about the atmosphere of fear and the chilling effect that this clampdown on free speech when it comes to Gaza has brought on. And in this case, it's not anybody that's looking to, like, you know, censor Ludwig or kick him out of college or anything like that. But it's this sort of, you know, social pressure of like, you know, well, you know, there's just some people that don't think you should give money to, you know, relief efforts in Gaza. So I mean, that's, you know, valid too. And it's like, no, it's not.
So I personally donated 10K.
Oh, 10K, sorry.
Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
Look, I mean, I know this is how Ludwig is. I'm not going to get mad at him for being, you know, the content creator he is. It just sucks that the atmosphere is like this. It sucks that there's so much fear.
This is a cracker take.
Difference between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money.
And she's not wrong.
I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not going to tell you to donate. Do whatever you want.
Do you see how that might be frustrating to hear?
I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like, what do you want to do? You want me to say, like, congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream.
Wait, is she in comfort or is she begging for rent money? Which one is it?
Displaced and famished Palestinian children. No, kids, you need to give that $10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
Purity test. Okay, is this what we're doing?
I have no pity at all.
This is some Anna Kasparian ass shit.
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo.
Okay, we gotta get that out of. Oh yeah, this is the other thing that Twitch doesn't like to hear. Yeah. So she said something to the effect that she doesn't feel sorry for veterans that got PTSD, and then she comes back and she kind of puts a little asterisk on that and says, well, I mean, like, you know, unless you've like apologized for, you know, what you've done and you feel regretful, right, then I don't wish that on you. But anyway, that actually got her a 30-day ban, so you gotta be sorry you have to zip through so much of this.
And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base?
Sorry, begging for rent is crazy. Isn't that what every streamer is doing? Sunshine, I just saw Ethan Klein get a $500 donation from somebody in his chat earlier, right? Yeah, I think like he's literally begging from people who have way less money, or not. I shouldn't even say begging. Like, I mean, like, that's the framing he's putting on it. But he's asking for money. Part of his income is coming from asking for people to donate to H3.
Based? Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected
I mean, they literally did.
group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more.
Okay. 6250. 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, she talked about this on stream. This was before all that she knew was that they'd cut the gates of the open air prison.
At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival, and
I love the idea that Frogan has got like perfect like satellite vision of the whole of like all that's going on.
Several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted.
Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean. They actually gave her an award. Together for Legendary...
Not just an award, they gave her a Pepe. I think that's what you get at the Twitch Awards. You get a Pepe.
In which you would get front page placement all year long.
This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down.
He has got
What's his fucking
a special hatred for Frogan.
Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
This is very old school editing.
Because Frogan is...
So some of this I am convinced that Ethan actually did. Some other parts that I think Vadim pointed out one probably had to have somebody else come in and, like the animation, for instance.
The two-time
rising star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her...
Fake screenshot, by the way, from the Diddy G community. Wait, what is?
her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute...
God, again, we were just doing he's just doing the set.
...segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier.
Talk about what was said a little bit. He's showing like 911 calls from Israel on October 7th. That's what he's playing. He's playing people's trauma for you to try to weaponize it and to get you to agree that a little bit of group punishment was definitely justified. Israel has to defend itself after all. That's what he's doing.
Is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does love Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra's a
He has really been working this angle. For the record, he's not going to show you this, but I might as well tell you, like, I don't know, like 80% of the people in Love Sabra are in fact not Jewish. They include Denims and Mike from PA. It's whatever the hell Ethan thinks the Love Sabra category is. It's actually not.
Company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel.
It also plays
that's what it means in Israel, right?
an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny.
The thing is, cultural appropriation is happening. It's not necessarily from, it's not that somebody in Israel could not have had a family that made, hummus and they make it in that certain way. But this idea of an attempt to, what they're, to kind of differentiate their hummus as like Israeli hummus or, many Israeli salad. Is that one of the examples? There was some controversy in a lunchroom.
Is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. But like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create.
There we go. And Ethan did a whole bunch of theying earlier. So, it's
Sabra, make that like the staple hummus.
In a way where it really does sound like you're seeing Muslims as them. And his whole conspiracy theory of the Hasan's sugar daddy in Qatar, he's getting the big bucks to do the terrorism. So
of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us, and like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes.
That you kicked out. It's fucking collective guilt again.
They also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now
You kicked them all out.
Accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stanums. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah,
it has to be.
That's easy. That's
Definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pull me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and
Excuse me? Excuse me? What is bro talking about? One of the best known Jewish creators? I think the fuck not. Like, how popular does Ethan think he is? What? Oh my god.
immediately put me in Sabra. Hasan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one.
Wait, chat, I want to ask, you know, if you think that Ethan's really on to, if anybody out there thinks that Ethan's really on to them doing some racism, they were doing a racial tier list, they were saying Arab good, they were saying Jew bad, right? Why doesn't Ethan show you the rest of the people that end up on that board? Why doesn't Ethan show you the complete board? And the answer is because, like, I think there's like 2 people in the bottom tier that are Jewish. There's people that are Jewish that are elsewhere in the tier. It's absolutely not. It's not what he's saying it is. It's not even close to. Mike from PA is on the bottom tier along with Denims. It's not even. They're not even doing a serious like list. They're not even like he's acting like these people are good and these people are bad. No, it's a joke. It's a joke. Part of the joke is like, yeah, Hasan is his Turkish, but you know, we're cool with, you know, with him. So, you know, here's the, I don't know. It's
the Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denims jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. Once again, calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish,
why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail?
One of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me, when he's not even featured in the game. Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would.
Why don't you show who is actually on the list?
Be real. It also doesn't.
Why don't you show the rest of that? Ask yourself, chat. Why isn't he showing you the completed list? Why isn't he? Oh, people that weren't on the people whose faces weren't anywhere on that chart, right? He's saying are Sabras, or in the colloquial sense, right? The word used as Jewish person born in Israel, right? Hila and is it Ben Shapiro's wife? We're not on the list. So no, it was not. In fact, like, it does not have anything to do. It does not have anything to do with what you're claiming it does. Just like your weird conspiracy theory that Hasan's getting all this fucking terrorist money, that the terrorist billions that are out there.
Their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So love Sabra literally in this case means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me.
You're never going to see that thing filled out. He's never going to show it to you. Let me see if I can find it. We can take a look and see what we think. See if this looks like it represents some kind of a racial tier list, as he was saying. Like the joke was, Arabs are superior and Jewish people are bad. That's what he's claiming. What is it called? The Twitch panel tier list. Yeah. See if I can find it. I just want to see the completed panel. Oh God, yeah, I gotta make sure. Yeah,
Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism.
I feel like you were looking for something to cancel Frogan for, and you got, you got a 5-in-1. You got 5 for the price of.
This was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too. Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management.
Oh, here we go.
A racist no
I found it.
At the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO.
All right, I think I got the fully filled out one. Mike from PA, Sneeko, Asman Gold. Is that Tommy in it? Denims. And oh my God, who is chat? Is this actual Jake? No, that's not actual Jake. Who is bottom left? Yeah, does this look like a Arab superiority list? I guess is what he's like. It's a joke, right? XQC, they don't like XQC, but they put XQC up there because of his energy or something. Like somehow he's got like Arab coded energy. I show speed is up here. That's not Nick Merck, is it? But yeah, Asmongold, Sneeko, Mike from PA, whoever this dude is. Does anyone know? Bottom left, Jack Doherty. Wait, I should know who this is. Yeah, actual Jake wishes he was on that list. And then, is this Tommy Innit? No, this is not Tommy Innit. This is somebody else. I should know. These are like famous Twitch streamers. I should know them. I mean, who do we have on the bottom of the list? Yeah, Ben Shapiro's not. Wait, for some reason I thought Ben Shapiro. They did have Ben Shapiro. No, Ben Shapiro's not part of the list. Ethan's there, but I think he's like the only. You know, and obviously they're kidding because they put Denims down here too. They put Denims on the very bottom. So no, this was not. It's not even a serious list. It is a joke, apparently, which you are not allowed to make. If you were on the all Arab panel.
Went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you.
Oh, Jack Doherty. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's him. Oh, you're right. Yeah. This is one of those really toxic kick streamers. It looks like Chud Logic, yes. Chud Logic wishes.
And looking forward to.
I mean, Chud Logic does show up to TwitchCon, so it wouldn't.
Questions. Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban.
Wait, so you're telling me that they ban people that are brigading their Q&A?
Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned.
I can guarantee you that all of those questions, all of those users linked from the same place, and it was probably a Discord.
the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it...
Again, we are laundering Dan Saltman's work, acting like this is not just fucking somebody that hates, is part of a community that lives to hate Hasan Piker, specifically targets him, and has said before that they don't care if they're particularly honest about any of this either. We're just taking his accusations and giving them a new sourcing, because now he's not credible.
It's not because...
Bottom left is their producer. So they're putting people down on the bottom, like Denims and the producer, to, you know, to tease them.
Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it,
which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed, but Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation.
Again, what did you say earlier that Dan Clancy did? Oh, eliminated 900 jobs. Do you think that that might have something to do with this kind of response? Do you think that this might have something to do with you know, a ticket not being sent up the line and them realizing, because here's what happened. They set, after October 7th, they I think they banned new signups, not old signups. If you already had a Twitch account, you were fine. But new signups from Israel and from Palestine, right? It was, you know, from the entire area. Specifically, I think, to avoid having people post like graphic images of gore. And then they undid, there's 2 ways that you can verify on phone or on email. I'm trying to remember. They rolled back one of them. They did not roll back the other one until they were made aware that this was still going on.
Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad.
It just happens to be the Global Day of Jihad. No, it didn't have anything to do with it being right after this event. No, it was definitely because of the Global Day of Jihad. That's what Dan Clancy said. He got on the phone and he was like, y'all, this is the Global Day of Jihad. You know what you got to do? Ban all the Israeli new accounts from signing up. That's right. Go make it happen. I'm just like, he's calling to mind an image of Dan as like some kind of a militant. Like, I'm imagining Dan Clancy as like a militant now.
When Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him.
When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately...
Like, Dan has just driven this argument into the ground, and the more he tries to make the argument, the more he sounds like incoherent. You can see, though, Ethan's kind of like trimmed some of the edges of this argument. Like, I don't think he's going to go off on the thing where they're like, and guess where the support was routed to? It was routed to Egypt. Egyptian people are famous for hating Israelis. Like, yeah, that's literally what where Dan goes with that. I think he's learned from some of Dan's mistakes.
Unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing...
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Yeah, it wasn't just Israel that was... it wasn't just Israeli signups that were banned. Palestinian signups were banned as well.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorist
Sneeko, who, as we remember, loves Sabra,
were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But
an hour later. Yeah, so I mean, like, it sounds like they have a ban appeal, and then that's what he's saying. He did a ban appeal, and they revoked it. I don't know. That speaks more again to like the Twitch's lack of staff.
Decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best.
At that exact time, yeah, no, it's because they were going after. We're gonna unleash Myron Gaines, Sneeko, and Rashid.
Internet seems to clearly be trying to send a message.
And here's a way to drive it home: the proof that the point that you haven't provided any proof for, that Rashid is anti-Semitic, right? But you're gonna put him up there with Fresh and Fit and with Sneeko, and just like, yep, there we go, 1, 2, 3 anti-Semites.
Discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community.
Oh shit, he is going with this part.
Guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews.
Is it that, or is it?
Their head
I don't know what his
safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist.
And guess where her very next job was at? That's
too anti-Zionist.
That's right. Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting.
Oh wait, are you gonna show us the
Sounds just like
pro-Hamas tweets?
Like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite.
Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days.
I'm sorry, was that the anti-Zionist, like, what is he saying? Pro-Hamas. He said a pro-Hamas tweet.
After the October 7th massacre, the donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your...
Wait, what are you talking about? So it wouldn't go to them, but you're still going to use we're going to drag out the bodies for this, right? Because we don't have a good argument, but if we drag out fucking bodies of people that were murdered, then we can act like, are you against the people that were murdered? Mm-hmm. Well, you got to fire this woman if you're not against...
Cause.
She's against the people that were murdered. They could have gotten a lot of money if they had been alive. And what?
He's so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side.
What? Literally what?
It was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite.
Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane.
So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules.
Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, you know, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
I didn't know that he was straight up going to complain about Destiny getting banned. I didn't know he was going to go there. Like, yeah, as much as, you know, a lot of this takes stuff from Destiny's community, takes stuff from Destiny's, you know, Reddit presence and repackages it as something new that hasn't been answered and debunked a million times and is not from a community of somebody that, you know, preys on his own community. It's no, we're gonna just go ahead and be like, yeah, and by the way, why is Destiny banned? Isn't that unfair? Hasan is still there and Destiny is banned. And you know, when you talk about calling people inbred, okay, Ethan is on record doing the same thing. I don't know why people do this, but
the Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most.
So yeah, he's talking about the far right in Israel, and this is the universality of hogs, right? Hogs do not just exist in America. Hogs exist everywhere. And when you've got, you know, bad, you know, fucked up material conditions, those hogs tend to get into power.
Inbred.
And even though one set of hogs hates another set of hogs, at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't like the language of, you know, calling people inbred, but
you can imagine. Okay.
That's what he's saying essentially. Yeah, Hicks is kind of, yeah, you know, that's what he's getting at.
Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Inbred.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It would have taken one more step in editing. There's a way that you can get the hand on top of the picture that you're adding, you're photoshopping on there. Oh my god, look at this. He must have been, he was done with the video by now, by this time, right? He's not editing as hard as he did in the beginning.
Inbred.
Of all the things to try to catch Hasan on, this is the thing. There's a gazillion clips of Ethan saying this about, like, you know, Orthodox Jews. Like, this is
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Hasan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews.
Oh, I get it. I get it. It's okay for him to be weirdly self-hating and actually, you know, this mystery, this like myth that you can't be like, you can't belong to an identity group and have some prejudices against that group, right? That it's and especially in this case, Ethan is doing some kind of, I don't know, like I think he sees, you know, the Orthodox people he sees in Israel, he sees them as somehow like a negative stereotype threat, and so he feels the need to like be like, these people stink, they're terrible, they're blah blah blah, and yeah, he calls them inbred as a way to distance himself from them, to say like, I'm not like that, I'm not the bad kind of.
Inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do like,
What is
they do
this?
musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hasan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll
No, MA, Hasan is just doing the whole trope of like, somebody's socially conservative, somebody's like a redneck, somebody's a hick, and you calling them inbred. Like that's where he's coming from. And I still think it's, I'm not a super fan of like using inbred as an insult. And yeah, it would be, oh, here we go. This is the, oh, Tom Cotton, wasn't he? This is the guy that's basically saying, we're encouraging people to run over protesters.
explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself.
Nario, thank you for the $5 Canadian.
At home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation.
Not that he was showing, oh my God. Like literally this guy that he's replying to is the one that is like encouraging violence against protesters.
To someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats.
Yeah, it's strange. Wow, if he was making terroristic threats, you'd think he would be in prison. Funny how the federal government does not see it that way. I guess they're woke like Dan Clancy, right? I guess the federal government, the FBI, they're biased towards the pro-Palestinian side of things. Really? Is that what we're going with? Is that your final answer, Ethan? That is some weak shit. That is some weak shit right there.
Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it's...
Oh, this is definitely a Destiny talking point.
But I assure you, it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it will save, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that...
DGG. That's a Photoshop picture from literally that community. Yeah, it gets worse as it goes, doesn't it?
stuck in the before image of a transformation story did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating
We gotta stop him. He's infiltrating the mainstream media.
By many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated
He wore nail polish.
with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical, political commentators.
But I thought you were 95% like his views politically. Are you, Ethan Klein, to also be associated with Nick Fuentes? Read the tweet that Hasan was responding to. Are you talking, Vadim, are you talking about the Tom Cotton tweet?
Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung.
Okay, so here's the deal. Ethan Klein at one time fought off what I believe was an unjust copyright claim from some parkour asshole. But the case became a precedent. The case set new law because nobody had ever taken something like fair use to court. And, you know, Ethan sticking with that case, I think, was something that promoted free exchange of ideas. Because if we start if I can copyright claim you for responding to my video, then you never really get to criticize me, do you? And vice versa, right? And he's going to go from this to being like, no, go after their sponsors. Do an adpocalypse. Fuck everyone up. Cause massive amounts of collateral damage, particularly to smaller creators, in an effort to make things as hard on this guy that I hate, and he's getting really popular, and people want to talk to him, and they're bringing him on mainstream news outlets. Call all of his, just fucking, this is the nuke. This is the nuke. And this is why you don't nuke. This is why you don't have a nuclear first strike strategy, because when somebody fires off a nuke, everybody fires off a nuke. And that's bad for all of us. So please do not nuke.
Norilio super chatted $11.58. Ethan, Zionist, Klein amaze me with his stupidity.
He is pretty amazing in that regard, Norilio. Thank you for the super chat.
Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right.
He's so full of shit.
We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on
He literally wants to cause one. Oh my God.
Hamas and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Empathy for women who struggle to tell men to stop because they're so terrified while they're being raped. Destiny decides to insult these women's emotional maturity and call them retarded children. According to a neuroscience article in the journal Nature
Oh no, chat, we rolled right over to the Destiny nuke. I didn't even notice that. How many subs has he lost now? Let's check. I hate that we got to go to Snark, but 10,000 subs in 1 hour. Is there an update here? The Olivia situation. First of all, the content nuke is so laughable, but what I want to discuss is how he treated Olivia, how transphobic he is. It's so weird because he's so gung-ho saying that Bowblax's pronouns are he, him, which later he confirmed that Bowblax doesn't care which pronouns are used. He was trying to argue that pronouns aren't that deep, so then just say they, them. I don't get it, except that he is transphobic. Okay, this is a weirdly written post. Ooh, why are all the episodes of Leftovers still up on the channel? It's because Ethan's getting paid from this. These videos still make ad money. He doesn't want to lose that. He must not care about platforming a terrorist that much. Okay, maybe let's see, what was this one? Okay. Okay, down 10,000 subs in less than 1 hour. We're looking at the H3. I feel like I have a better Geiger counter sound asset than... Hey, man. Oh, geez. And he's friends with Keemstar now. How ironic. There we see the Keemstar content nuke. All right, so what are we looking for? Oh.
Hey, man. I have no idea.
Yeah, so... Oh, wait. Let's do some math here. All right, so here it says 5.6776 million. Down 10,000 in 1 hour. So it started off at 5.77. And now it is at 5.74. That is 30,000 subscribers that have left the H3 Productions channel. Whoa. Oh, there's a close-up of Ethan flipping out on Olivia.
You stupid fucking woke fucks.
This is the thing, Ethan. Look, Turkey Tom can get away with saying that. Nicholas Diorio can get away with saying that. Chud Logic can get away with saying that. You are going to have problems. This is why you're... Oh, Gabby, thank you for the super sticker. I'm trying to think of a pun with lemon and like the word, but I can't think of it. Lemon character bowing his head while spreading hearts with his arms.
I'm being respectful. No, why are you assuming his pronouns? Assuming his pronouns.
Jesus Christ. It's so painful to watch. And like Olivia's just trying to help him out here. Olivia's just like, hey, you know, if you don't know, they, them is a good thing to default to.
Clarify. It's annoying because people come by the way, so pathetically ridiculous when people are trying in good faith to make an effort and be respectful. Like, you guys are fucking wrong. Can we please think a little fucking deeper than that? It's time to fucking get your shit together, okay? That's how we do it around here, guys.
I guess so. This is the thing. Like this.
So dumb and pathetic in the chat.
Oh my god.
Literally wait till nobody. There's
Sorry. Here, let's try that again.
Comes out and says like, you can call me he. Like literally.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm not listening to this again. I'm not. Hasan is currently touring the Japanese Communist Party building.
Not a single dissenting voice.
What is this?
With his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic.
Oh, you want some of this?
Oh shit, I forgot about this.
Fucking pro-China, pro-Russia,
pro-capybara,
pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal.
Chat, what is the capybara eating?
And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one to say
the only acceptable voice on Twitch? Yes, Asmongold has been gulagged. XQC is, well, actually, I don't even know. Is XQC on Kick now?
voice on that entire platform?
Mushroom. Yes. Oh, mushroom ears.
Yeah, WB, they kind of do it in a weird way though. There's some weird things I've noticed. Right? They do like a moment of, what is it? Like, are they leeks? Oh my god, I love leeks. Leeks are the best. Do capybaras eat leeks? I'm glad they had his size. You know, that was kind of he really lucked out that they have his size of outfit there.
On that political.
It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
Yeah, Ashkenazi Jews were all inbred. That's why we all have all these
Yikes.
Really?
neurological diseases.
Holy shit.
Because back in the day, we had our little village and we fucking ran around in our little suits.
Like the
and
Amish.
nobody wanted to fuck us, so we're like, well, we'll fuck each other. And to be honest, there's like stinky suit wear. Like, bro, you have to be very generous to fuck a Hasidic Jew, right?
I'm making everyone uncomfortable.
What the hell am I going to say to that?
I mean, well, I've lived in Israel for 5 years, so they wear the suits, they got the hats, they don't shower nearly enough. When it's 1,000,000 degrees outside, they rock the black suit. They stink, bro. They stink, and you know they don't shave. You've seen their face. Imagine what their dicks look like.
And again, this is just, this is just negative stereotype threat shit going on, right? That, where you pick on somebody within your identity in order to distance yourself from them and say, like, I'm not like that.
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Piker. That's Hasan groomed me and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
Damn. Proud of his like to dislike ratio, even though most people who would have disliked it watched it via Twitch. Oh yeah, that's right. Denim's had like 40K viewers. Oh yeah, the other thing that I wanted to mention, chat. Yeah, well, I think I did. Yeah, there was a few things that he got. There was a lot that he got wrong. I'm like, I hope I mentioned it. I hope I pushed back on it all. I did pre-watch this a few times just to try to, make sure that I wasn't gonna. Now I'm just like thinking back. Wait, did I say that in Discord chat, or did I say that on stream? Oh, this person thinks that Ethan is soft launching to the right wing. I mean, he did complain about wokeness today. Is that what do you think he's trying to do that? Do you think that he's given up on his lefty audience and that he's just like, all right, I still have people that like Hasan. I still have people that don't like it when I do the, anti-Hasan content. What do I need to do? Oh, yeah, I know. I'll yell about wokeness. Anyway, was the fire hydrant of misinformation? Pretty much. All right, speaking of fire hydrants, we're about to be drinking out of the fire hydrant. Oh my god, chat, it's very close. Okay, so, yeah, Jink and Anna attack Francesca. Seems to be winning. But it's only at 2% higher than TYT on Elon's salute. 318 of you have voted. I hope that anywhere close to that many have also liked the stream, because that helps me out a lot. We're about to get some bonus content here, chat. I do believe we can have some bonus content. And it looks like it's going to be, Jink and Anna attack Francesca. Unless there's anybody who's donated or who wants to donate and you want to put your money where your mouth is by telling me where to put your donation as a percentage. Anybody else want to get on the board? You can still vote if you haven't already too. I'll keep on looking at the tally because it is so close. It's 35 versus 37, but yeah, it looks like the Jink versus Jink and Anna attack Francesca has got more motion, as they say. The question is, do I have this in my... Oh my god. I know I saw this somewhere. Oh, I know where it is. I think. No? Let's look and see at the performance of the content nuke. So chat, I'm keeping track of the views that the content nuke is getting. 669,000 at the moment. It has leveled off. It has flatlined for now. It may be because it's late at night, but no, this doesn't look good. All right, so I'm looking right now at the performance of a normal video on Ethan Klein's channel H3H3 Production versus the performance of this video. A normal video by now would be over 1 million. It would be between 1.1 million and I don't know, 1.25 million or 1. Anyway, it's like, it's not doing well for a video on this channel, right? It's not doing well. What else am I looking for though? Oh my god, chat, did we not have a thumbnail this whole time? I'm gonna be surprised. No thumbnail on here this whole time? I didn't realize that. Oh my god. Anyway, we're gonna try to get to we're gonna do some bonus content, so it won't matter, but I just have to find the video that I had earlier. Okay. So it all started with a tweet from Francesca. Trump comes at you real fast.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right.
Oh my god. No. I mean, we've had enough of that. We've had enough of the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. But yeah, she's just showing he's calling her crazy for saying that he's going to put people in camps. And there we go. Moves to prepare Guantanamo Bay for 30,000 criminal illegal aliens. They're going to disappear people to Guantanamo Bay. They've passed the Laken Riley Act, which lets them do away with due process. So that's what I think TYT is responding to here. Did I get everybody's? I'm seeing a lot of people say Francesca, which means that we're definitely going to do Francesca. Yeah, everybody's using the curb music. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm also signing an executive order to...
Oh god. So wait. Attack Francesca on their show for tweeting a tweet calling out. Yeah, this is, I think, the one.
Instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000 person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the...
So we can put them in a black hole, like we did to the people that didn't get even a trial. The Guantanamo Bay is a black mark across multiple generations of American government. Bill Clinton was using it, I think, for, was it migrants? Was it like Haitian migrants or something? Obama, George Bush opened it up to send, people who hadn't had any sort of proceedings, had not been proven to be guilty, but were just suspected of being pro-Taliban or pro-Al-Qaeda. And then Obama was supposed to shut it down. That was his campaign promise. However, when he tried to start to empty out the, population there, he was attacked by Republicans who were like, he's going to send the terrorists to Ohio. He's going to send the terrorists to Kentucky. They're going to be living right next to you. And he got scared and he did not close it down. And I don't think it's been like, I think it has stayed in operation to some extent. Clinton used it for incoming migrants, not uncharged. Okay. But yeah, Guantanamo's got a dark history. Also, it's part of Cuba. The United States insists on keeping a military base there, but it's not.
Well, some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back.
President Donald Trump has proposed using Guantanamo Bay, which of course is in Cuba, but is controlled by the United States, to detain tens of thousands of undocumented immigrants. Now, Trump made the announcement during the signing ceremony for the Laken-Riley Act. It was legislation passed with the help of Democrats in Congress, which allows the authorities to detain and deport undocumented immigrants who have simply been charged or accused of a crime but haven't been convicted of a crime. Now, the Center for Constitutional Rights said in a statement that migrants and asylum seekers are being cast as the new terrorist threat, deserving to be discarded in an island prison, removed from legal and social services and supports. And this organization does plan to pursue legal action against Donald Trump and his plans to use Guantanamo Bay to detain undocumented immigrants who are going to be deported. Now, Gitmo, of course, is better known for its role in detaining suspected terrorists. Presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden both claimed that they want.
Oh my God, I don't know why, but when I saw Anna's head earphones, for a second there, I thought she had like a Trump. She had like a Trump napkin on her.
Wanted to close Gitmo because of all of the scandal surrounding Guantanamo Bay and the detention of terrorists or suspected terrorists. In fact, there had been individuals detained at Gitmo who had never even been charged with a crime, who had never gone to trial for anything. And that's why, Gitmo brings up a lot of really bad feelings, a lot of bad thoughts for good reason. I mean, there were abuses at Gitmo, especially during George Bush's administration. But Trump is also right in that most people don't know that Guantanamo Bay has, in fact, been used for immigrant detention in the past. and even under Democratic presidents to a pretty extreme degree. So this is something I personally didn't know about. I did some digging and was kind of shocked by what I found. So US government agencies and private contractors have used facilities at Guantanamo Bay to detain asylum seekers and refugees for several decades, rights groups say. Trump has instructed the secretaries of defense and Homeland Security to expand the base's Migrant Operations Center to fully to full capacity. Okay. And look, it is generally viewed as a location of last resort for immigrant detention, usually because of our, detention facilities already being overcrowded, no space left. And so that's when presidents will agree to use Guantanamo Bay's facilities to detain immigrants. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth weighed in on that point while appearing on Fox News. Here's what he had to say about it.
President Trump has been very clear with those countries that if you aren't willing to take your criminals back, your illegals back, then we will hold you accountable. And things have shifted quickly. In other cases, we want somewhere else to hold them safely in the interim, criminal illegals. Guantanamo Bay is a perfect place. This is a temporary transit, which is already the mission of Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, where we can plus up thousands and tens of thousands if necessary to humanely move illegals out of our country where they do not belong back to the countries where they came from in proper process.
Guantanamo's been used for illegal immigrants dating back, I think it's 30 years. Bill Clinton used it for something very similarly back in the 1990s. So you're going to be using it as a way station in essence, where criminal illegal immigrants are not yet accepted by their home country. Do I have that correctly?
It's folks who maybe are in transit to their home country or a safe third harbor country, and it's taking a little time to move with that processing or the paperwork. Better they be held at a safe location like Guantanamo Bay, which is meant and built for migrants.
A safe location like Guantanamo Bay. Like, it's not as bad. It's not bad enough that we're going to have camps, right? It's like we got to have a camp on a nation that doesn't accept our military base there, and we're going to think of keeping them there as safer because the American people must be protected by these.
So during that same interview, Hegseth also said that the immigrant detainees will not be held with the terrorism suspects. And to be clear, in the past, that has not been the practice. Okay, they don't put terrorist suspects in the same facility as immigrants in detention. But that point about Bill Clinton that you just heard is actually true. So in 1994, President Bill Clinton resumed the previous administration.
So, I mean, if the point is to say that Trump's not actually that bad, then that's fucked up. But if the point is to say that the Democrats, that we've got like
administration's use of the Guantanamo base for processing Haitian refugees and later ordered Cuban asylum seekers caught at sea to be held on the base. Later that same year, the facility's migrant population totaled 45,000, according to a government report. So, Cenk, I know that Francesca Fiorentini is currently
Here we go.
You about this as if Donald Trump is unique. He's novel compared to past presidents, certainly a special kind of evil that we've never seen before. In her mind,
again, as it was pointed out by chat, these were See, we're missing the point that there is something novel about what Trump is doing. That doesn't excuse the Democrats. The Democrats fucking suck. Bill Clinton fucking sucks, all right? But Francesca's point was that electing Trump was a bad idea and would end up with camps. They would not be able to do this mass deportation thing without camps.
These are the gulags that she was warning about. But in fact, this has been a long-standing practice. You can be against that practice, but Donald Trump.
This is not anything new here. He is. Oh my God.
Yeah, so I'm going to address it, but there's two different issues here. One, should he send him to Gitmo? And my answer to that is no. So what is Gitmo mainly known for? Unconstitutional lawlessness. So I know why Trump's doing it. He's doing this threat, and he probably will do some portion of this to make it seem like he's tough and you better not come here. And if you're undocumented immigrant, especially criminals, we're going to send you to Gitmo and scare everybody to death, right? But copying Dick Cheney, not a good look. I thought that all of MAGA was making fun of Kamala Harris for embracing Dick Cheney, but if you're embracing Dick Cheney's Frankenstein,
Please, Jink, show me your populist friends from MAGA that aren't going to take this. That they didn't like Dick Cheney, they didn't like what Dick Cheney did, and they don't like this shit from Trump. Please show me these people.
Guantanamo, where the whole point was to kidnap people, by the way, oftentimes without any evidence, torture them, and treat them in an unconstitutional way because they thought Guantanamo was a lawless area where the law didn't apply. And now Trump is saying, oh, Dick Cheney had it right. Let's go send people there. At a bare minimum, not a good look. And
yeah, I'm sorry. You were totally warned, and Francesca was right. And instead of saying, hey, we get some things wrong from time to time, I didn't think that, Trump was I didn't think it was gonna get like this. But no, instead we gotta say, no, this is no different than what Bill Clinton did. It literally is. It literally is. The Democrats are craven, don't get me wrong. The Democrats are bad. But yes, the Republicans managed to be worse. And yes, Trump is worse than the fucking neocon somehow.
Overall, not a good policy. Okay, now the second issue is this mass deportation camps, the gulags have begun, etc. Now look, I think that the clip that Francesca's using is misleading and totally out of context, but that's okay. But I know that—
No, it's not okay.
No, it's not okay. I'm gonna bitch about it. Oh my God.
It's not okay. That dishonesty is not okay.
Yeah,
but continue, go ahead.
I hear you, I hear you.
Oh, I really thought she was gonna jump in.
I don't mean to excuse
But she's
that.
getting
She is.
likes that she wants, right? Otherwise,
She got 16K likes. Is that really that much, Chad? I feel like I've gotten tweets that had that many likes.
who would pay attention
It's not
to
that.
anything she's doing?
16K. Oh, well, who would pay attention to anything that she's doing? Let's see. Mehdi Hasan is one example. Anna, have you been brought on Zateo? Jink, have you collaborated with Mehdi Hasan? Oh, you haven't. Yeah, nobody would care about what Francesca is doing. That's wonderful.
Okay. She's not attacking TYT.
Oh wow, I think Jink's uncomfortable. I think he's like, whoa, back off.
But anyway, continue, Jake.
Yeah, all right. So I have my issues with that, and I made that clear on her account, right? But what I'm more worried about is good folks that are getting into a panic because everyone's telling them the gulags are imminent, including some of our members. In fact, Rep Cat, the political cat boy, great.
Whoa, you're gonna walk this back? You're gonna chill people out? No, it's okay. This deportation thing that Trump is doing, it's not like camps.
Just wrote in, and I want to read it, and then I want to address it because it's so related to this story. They wrote in,
You can't feel the walls closing around you, Jink? Because I sure do.
So now that we've got concentration camps already, and we're only less than 2 weeks in, are you going to listen to all of us, mostly queer people, sounding the alarms on this and the impending Christian Holocaust? No. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Guys, Clinton, as Anna just explained to you, you could look it up for yourself, even if you don't believe us, no problem, okay? Clinton used it.
No, I do believe you, but you're misinterpreting.
And had 45,000 migrants there. The prison and the center are different, okay? So that doesn't mean that you should be in favor of sending them there. As I just told you, I think the content and the optics are bad and wrong. But if you call a migrant center that Bill Clinton had 45,000 migrants in a gulag that is showing you that we're about to have a Holocaust, then why didn't Clinton do the Holocaust? And here's the interesting part. Why didn't mainstream media tell you that Clinton was doing that and get all outraged? Like, I can't believe Clinton is using Guantanamo and he's stuffing these poor Haitian, by the way, immigrants, Cuban immigrants, Caribbean immigrants into Guantanamo. If they were equally outraged by that and they called that the impending Holocaust, and then they did the same exact thing with Trump, then I say, okay, at least they're being consistent. So look, two things can be true at the same time. It could be wrong to send them there without it being gulags that are going to imprison everybody that is undocumented immigrant or otherwise, and apparently we're going to set up concentration.
Yeah, so I'm reading more about this. This was enacted under George W. Bush. Clinton maintained and maybe expanded it. It definitely set the precedent for the Bush administration's use of Guantanamo in the wake of the war on terror.
People at some point, okay, I mean, but when you go to those extremes, there's two giant problems. There's three giant problems. One is you're not being accurate, and that's an enormous problem. Okay, number two, you're scaring the hell out of everybody. In fact, you're helping Trump scare the hell out of everybody. Oh my God, the concentration camps are coming. Everybody's so super scared. That's what Trump wants. But
that is what he wants.
So I need everyone on that side to answer. Was it a concentration camp when Clinton did it? Okay, so let's be consistent, and maybe you'll say, yeah, it was, and you remember the Holocaust that happened right afterwards. Okay, so it doesn't excuse it. He shouldn't send them there. There's plenty of facilities here. And again, these are criminals. And I know, and here's another part that I'm opposed to. When they round up people that were not convicted of a crime, I'm against it. Okay, so, and for a couple.
What Jing doesn't seem to understand, and he's so wrong about this, he doesn't realize that these people that he calls the max left are actually more against the shitlib Democrats than he is, and that he's got more in common. Like, he thinks, like, when Hasan said he fucking hates liberals, I mean, somebody said he was talking about like he was talking about the media, he was talking about like MSNBC and stuff, but he's usually expressing like frustration with this kind of viewpoint that like lets itself get captured and makes itself useful to the right wing. That's always trying to make compromises. This was the original sin of the loser liberals that have run the Democratic Party since the 1980s.
And when they say, well, somebody was accused, good enough. No, not good enough. That's exactly one of the problems with sending people to Gitmo. That's exactly what we did last time. Somebody was accused, good enough. No, we got a whole bunch of people who didn't do it at all, that sat there for so long and got tortured, right? So I'm against the policy, but if you say this migrant center that we have used before, including Democratic presidents, is a concentration camp where they're going to do mass deportations of everyone, including Chinese Americans or whatever, right?
I mean, they're setting up a precedent to be able to do this to more and more people, regardless of, without jurisprudence. Like, I mean, we're seeing any sort of semblance of protection slip away, and it's designed to make everybody think, no, it's about somebody else. It doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to my people, right? This is only criminals. This is only, like it's just like
Chinese immigrants or who?
They're setting up is worse than even what's happening right now.
Crazy thing we're making up today. Well, you're doing a giant disservice to the truth and to your own viewers, readers, etc. You owe them the truth. And by the way, look, when you say about the LGBTQ community,
it's just so funny him being in the squishy center left. Even if I kind of don't want to give him credit for that, but like, I don't know, the IDW adjacent left, right? And looking at people that are actually principled leftists and saying, oh, you're with those establishment Democrats, aren't you? You support those establishment Democrats.
Things that you should be deeply concerned about. And we talked about it on the show the other day, or actually several times, which is banning transgender people from the military. I think that's outrageous. I think it's unconstitutional. I think that's the thing we need to focus on and fight back against.
Oh, I thought we weren't supposed to acknowledge any of the laws against trans people, lest we give the Republican Party what they want.
You're spending your time fighting against mythical concentration
After all, there aren't that many trans people.
Camps. You're so worried and you're driving everybody into a psychosis.
If trans people can be banned from sports, why not the military too?
Not at all helpful. Stick with the facts.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised he's even pretending to care about trans people in the military here.
The very same argument was made in support of World War II Japanese internment camps. quote, we just want to protect them. I'm positive you're right about that, and that's why I'm opposed to sending them to Gitmo. So you,
yeah. By the way, let me just say, this isn't about protecting anybody, right? I also disagree with sending migrants to Gitmo, and I'm also furious that despite pretending like Obama and Biden were going to close Gitmo, they did not do that. Okay, they did not shut down Gitmo. And so when you leave certain
and the reason is because they were trying to compromise with the Republicans. You know the shit that you're doing right now? That was why. That was why. It was too spicy. It was too, it was seen as too radical of a move, you know, and the Republicans, all they had to say is they're sending terrorists to Ohio, they're sending terrorists to Kentucky, and the Democrats backed the fuck off.
Practices in place, okay? And that's the thing that drives me crazy, right? The reason why I have a problem with the lack of
A problem with your audio. It sounds more like it.
what Democrats are up to, because I do think corporate media provides cover for the bad behavior of Democrats. What ends up happening is it makes someone like Donald Trump seem like a unique threat, and Democrats get away with doing the same thing that we are against, right? And so why is it okay for a Democratic president to do it? I know that our viewer is not making that argument, but I'm positive the majority of people on the left have no idea that this was a common practice that was on steroids during the Clinton administration. And the reason why I have a problem with it, in addition to that, is that it makes Donald Trump seem like, ooh, a very unique threat. Oh my God. And it instills a lot of fear in people. So
are you awake, Anna Kasparian?
It's important to know what the reality is.
Are you in reality?
I'm against this practice as well, but this is something that
I mean, this isn't the only thing. Chat, am I right? Did we just have another air collision? Right? This is something that hadn't happened in 16 years. Trump comes in, he fires the head of the FAA. Like we have a collision, and then he goes and it's like, oh yeah, no, it's because of DEI. DEI did the collision. That's it. It was black people, or it was women, or whatever he's trying to imply there. Her goblin? Wait, what? Yeah, Trump needs our patience and understanding. Yeah, we just need to let him show his true populism, and he'll give us paid family leave. We should have to be nice to him, and don't deny any of his wackadoodle like nominees.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, chat. Let's see. I should probably get to bed, which means that first, I want to thank my Patreons. I appreciate you all for supporting me monthly. Everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out. You get that access to them, sometimes unredacted, what is the word? Uncensored. I can never think of the word. Uncensored, yeah. And with extra bits in them as well, because you get the early version of the videos, right? Everybody at the $5 level and greater, you get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral to Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Ma Goggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. We are... And thank you, mods, as well. Thank you for... I know you had to deal with a lot tonight. You almost had to deal with even more. Chat, I don't know if you noticed this, but I did not have a thumbnail set for tonight. And I had a good one. I had a doozy. Like I just totally, like, I don't know. I think I just set everything else up besides the thumbnail and I didn't see it. So anyway, you almost had more people to deal with. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. You have a good night, and I will see you later. Meow.